All right, we'll call to order this regular meeting of the Pearland City Council for Monday, January the 10th, 2022 at 6:33 p.m. If you would rise, we're going to have our invocation by Councilmember Carbone and our pledges by Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. If y'all would bow with me. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this new year. Thank you for the ability for us to gather here. Help us to make decisions that are honoring and pleasing to you. Be with those first responders around the world, protecting our freedoms, and our fire and PD here in this great city. Get us all home safely tonight. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
If you'll join me in the pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, well, welcome everybody to Pearland City Hall, and Happy New Year, happy 2022. And hopefully your year has been off to a great start. We're 10 days into it, and can't wait to see what happens as we unfold the rest of the year. Moving forward in our agenda, roll call and certification of our quorum. The only member that is absent tonight is Mayor Pro Tem Adrian Hernandez. He will be absent the remainder of the meeting. All other members are present and accounted for, so we do have a quorum. Moving forward, we have several citizens' comments. We have some general comments, and then we have several comments on specific items. If you signed up for a specific item, we will call your name when we get to that specific item. So with that, we're going to start with our general comments. Podium is in the back. If you'll give your name and address very clearly for the record, and on the both sides, there'll be a clock for 3 minutes. First up, Mr. Charles McMurray. There he is.
Good evening, Charles McMurray, 5209 Spring Branch Drive here in Pearland, Brazoria County, Texas. I want to talk about fiscal responsibility versus political rhetoric. In September of last year, this council made a big deal about cutting the tax rate. Is that in a big political rhetoric about the tax rate being cut. So I guess you think you had all the revenue that you needed. You funded everything that needed to be funded. Everything was fine. You cut the tax rate. Big deal. Now tonight, when we turn around and talk about fiscal responsibility versus political rhetoric, tonight it seems to be that there's a deal to turn around and have an election because nobody wants their homes or businesses to flood, but now we need a fee. We couldn't fund it with a tax rate. Now we want a fee. Is that if you needed money, why did you cut the tax rate? That's a rhetorical question that I want y'all to think about. Political posturing, political rhetoric. Learn to be straight up and take your responsibilities like a Texan straight on. If you need the money, don't cut the tax rate. Fund your responsibilities. Now, is that the other thing that I want to turn around and talk about is hopefully there's a lot of homeowners, Pearland homeowners in this audience. And if you're a homeowner, January, at the end of January is when you have to pay your tax bill. But I want you to go back home and take a close look at your tax bill. Because if you're a homeowner and you have a homestead tax exemption, other than being old like me or disabled, that if you get a better homestead tax exemption if you're over 65 or if you're disabled or a disabled veteran. What I want you to do is go home and look at your tax bill and see how little your homestead tax exemption is, how minute, how untexted your homestead tax exemption is by the city of Pearland compared to your other taxing entities, Pearland Independent School District, several times more than the tax exemption given by the city. Drainage District is a lot greater homestead tax exemption than the city. Oh, wait a minute, then there's a school district. greater homestead tax exemption by the school district. Look at your tax bill, and then when the budget hearings for 2023 start next month in February, start asking our elected representatives some questions about why the city of Pearland homestead tax exemption is so small, why you cut the tax rate in September, but now I want to have a fee. My time's up. First Amendment ends. Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Jimmy Davis.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Colmesville Street. In the bill I received dated December 9th, that was due January 3rd, I received notice of rate increase, just like all of you that have a water bill also received. On the third page of that enclosure, it states that sewer rates for all users have 2,290 gallons included in the base charge. My bill, however, only has 2,000 gallons in the base charge. I went to the city website and see for residential customers, it indicates we only have 2,000 gallons included. Commercial customers have 2,290 gallons included. Apparently, those involved with publishing the rate increase document lacked attention to detail on this important issue. Is the city of Pearland recalculating the winter quarter average this year? Are they going to use the meter reads from December, January, and February? Are they going to prorate the consumption, reducing it by the extra days that have been added onto each read because of 3230? Of course, if council makes a decision to move away from 3230, this becomes a non-issue. I was surprised to learn from social media this weekend that residents of Pearland have the privilege of paying to get rid of various household hazardous waste that people outside Pearland get to bring to Stella Roberts for free. I appreciate the time provided by the executive director of KPB sharing the source of the problem, how ultimately it stems from the solid waste RFP that was issued and awarded to Frontier Waste. Apparently, the consultant the city hired encouraged the city to remove the at-your-door service, which Frontier Waste can't provide, which had a small fee of less than 70 cents per month. That's how the city was able to provide a cost savings. They removed services. The consultant the city hired has a side business where companies that want municipal contracts can pay them for access to decision makers. I have an email from the city of Pearland confirming they knew that prior to hiring the company. This consultant also had the city of Dayton as a customer and helped them with their RFP, an RFP that Frontier Waste just happened to win. What a coincidence. One of the principals of SWS has history with the founders of Frontier Waste. Nothing to see. At less than 40 cents a month that we're saving, it would take 26 months to save enough to dispose of 1 gallon of used motor oil. I'm sure the city response will be that they didn't know the ramifications of the decision when it was made. That's a very common theme here. So thank you for not asking the questions needed to understand the impact of the decision that 4 of you sitting on the bench made. The Stella Roberts rate increase notice says, quote, no charge for Brazoria County residents with proof of residency. It then has an asterisk and says, quote, excluding Pearland residents. Maybe the city of Pearland should give up some of its franchise fee to make up the funding that was removed so we Pearlanders that pay their salaries aren't paying more because of this blunder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Moving forward in our agenda, the other citizens that did sign up to speak did sign up under a specific item, and we'll call your name as we get to those. So with that, we're going to move to public hearing number 1, and I would ask the staff to read the reason for the public hearing and then move directly into the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this public hearing is a request by John McClure, McClure Partners, applicant on behalf of Luby Fuddruckers Restaurant LLC, owner for approval of a conditional use permit for liquor package store use within the Shadow Creek Marketplace Planned Development District to accommodate a liquor store within the existing 12,663 square foot building previously occupied by Luby's on approximately 1.97 0.09 acres of land with a general location of 11023 Shadow Creek Parkway in Pearland, Texas. So as stated, this is a request for approval of a conditional use permit for a liquor store within the Shadow Creek Marketplace, and that it is within an existing 12,000, nearly 13,000 square foot building that previously had a Luby's within it. This map shows the zoning and aerial of the property. You can see it is already developed. And then this shows the parking, landscaping, islands, and access for the property on the site plan. Here we've got an image of the site as it exists today. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission conducted a public hearing on this request at their December 6th regular meeting. All members of the commission stated that they would approve this request. However, no formal vote was taken. With that said, we will conclude the staff presentation and hand it back to you, Mayor.
All right, moving to the applicant. Is the applicant present?
I heard from the applicant this afternoon. They came down with COVID, so they were seeking to send someone, but I'm not certain if they were able to send a representative today.
Certainly understand, we would not want them welcome in here if they had COVID, so I appreciate that. So I'll just ask one more time, is there anyone with the applicant here present? Okay, with that, then we'll move forward to those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. Go to the podium, name and address, and speak for 3 minutes. Second attempt, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one moving in that direction, we'll move to the City Council questions, comments, and concerns. Anyone?
Mayor, I would suggest, since the applicant can't be here to answer any questions, that we move to postpone upon the next item.
Well, we'll need it in the next item. So let's go ahead and get our comments on the record because this is the public hearing. That way we can complete the public hearing, and even if they're not here, we can get those list of questions to them. If we do want to postpone, then I don't think we need to postpone the public hearing.
Yeah. Of course, you know what my answer is on this, is no on this. I don't know why it wants to go in there, really. You know, that you got 6 within a 3-mile radius of package stores in there at that location. And you got one right next door to where this one's going in at over there. And I think, you know, if we got better use of the buildings and the land, and hopefully maybe another restaurant going there, eating place in, or Luby's or the other place. But I just can't see it coming in and putting another liquor store. I won't vote for it. And you got 6 already within a 3-mile radius. And then, you know, I don't know how many stores that we need in Pearland, but I think we're almost 1 per 1,000 as it is right now. But so that's the only thing I say.
All right.
Mayor, I'll just say, look, I'm a believer in the free market. So I also don't know how many we need, but I know that kind of corrects itself. So if people in Pearland that don't want them here, then they can stop shopping for liquor. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. So if the market dictates that these are, well, again, reiterating, the voters voted overwhelmingly to have all-premise liquor sales. You know, it's not my place to arbitrarily circumvent their desire. If they want this here, they'll shop it. If they don't want it here, they won't shop it. I think it solves itself.
I'm also a free market guy. This location is not near any churches. It's not near any schools. It's not just a liquor store. It's a specs. They sell a lot of specialty products, foods, cheeses. It's going to bring some jobs to Pearland, so I'm all for it.
Cam Carr?
No comment.
Carbo?
Generally speaking, not excited, but I agree with Councilman Little. It is a specs. I think when the voters voted for package stores, they were hoping for the specs. I've heard that specifically from a few folks. So here it is.
Member Orlando?
I have nothing really to add. This is on 288. It's kind of a prime location for this kind of thing. So nothing further.
All right, good deal. The only thing I'm going to say is if the council wishes to postpone, since the applicant's not here, we can do that under the next item. I did want to make sure that we completed the public hearing so we don't have to go back and revisit and re-advertise it. So with that, I'm going to adjourn this public hearing, and we will move to new business item number 1. Mr. Orlando, would you place that on the table? And if we want to postpone it, we can.
Consideration and possible action resolution number R 2021-CUP 2134. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report. I guess the question is if we want to postpone it or not.
Mayor, I think regardless of whether we're all, the body in general is supportive of it or not, I think it's procedural. We've always adopted procedure that we don't vote on these items if the applicant's not here. This is a little bit of a special condition, but I think that's fair to keep to that procedure. So I'm going to make a motion to postpone.
We have a motion and a second to postpone. That's not debatable. So Madam Secretary will call for the vote on that.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens? Aye. Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to postpone.
Yeah, and hopefully in 2 weeks, we've got someone here we can dispense of the first reading of this, or it's CUP. Moving to public hearing number 2, Martin will read that into the record and move into staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a request by Alan Mueller, applicant on behalf of Edgar Properties LLC, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit for gas station use within the General Commercial District to accommodate a fueling station associated with a proposed convenience store and retail shop on approximately 2.14 acres of land. The site is generally located northwest corner of McClure Road and the future extension of McCard Road. So as stated, this is for a gas station and convenience store within the GC district. Here you can see the future extension of McCard Road headed west along McClure Road, and that this site is a portion of the overall site with the southeast corner of the site being developed for the gas station convenience store. This is the overall site plan. As you can see, the larger property and where the gas station and detention would be included. We're focusing in on this portion just for the details showing the landscaping, the 3 canopy gas fueling islands, and then the business itself. This is one of the renderings proposed for the site. And this is another view of that rendering. And this is a view from the opposite corner looking at the building from McCard Road. We've got 2 views on this slide of the subject property. So this is actually the first view on the left is looking at the hard corner, and then the view on the right is looking north along McClure Road. So the Planning and Zoning Commission conducted their public hearing on December 13th. Staff recommended a condition to have the building facades within substantial conformance of the materials as depicted within the renderings. And then during discussion with the Planning and Zoning Commission, there was a proposal to add additional screening for the residential property along the north boundary, consisting of a 3-foot hedgerow with 2-inch caliber trees every 30 foot of property line. And again, that is just along this northern section of the development here, as there is a residence at this northern property line. And that was provided or suggested as a means to add additional buffering for that resident. Should council agree to these conditions, then an amendment would need to be added to the following new business item. With that concluded, that concludes staff's report. And back to you, Mayor.
All right, I see the applicant here. Alan?
Good evening. Have a presentation. Hopefully we can get it switched over here.
There we go.
Again, Alan Mueller here on behalf of the applicant. And local address here is, I forgot the new business address. So my home address is 1408 Bit Lake Lane. So I don't remember the new business address. The other one, been at the other one for too long. But again, anyway, we're here this evening for this proposed CUP for the gasoline station. And as I'm sure you all know, with a CUP, it's generally the way the UDC is set up, that if a use requires a CUP, that it generally means that it fits within that underlying zoning category. But there's such some specifics regarding that use that you need to look at the specific area to make sure that it fits on that specific piece of property. And so that's what we've believe we've shown with the application. So the operator of the facility is going to be Buzzy B. The owner is here this evening. Riaz McNojia is here. And his firm is actually, subsequent to the application, has actually purchased the larger tract around this. So that's Fondren Real Estate LLC now actually owns not only the corner, but the entire larger portion of the property. But again, Buzzy B has 25 franchises around the state, very, very well operated. The specific supplier has not been chosen here, but they typically work with firms like Shell or Chevron as the gas supplier. There will be a fast food component in the building. And again, not specifically chosen as yet, but they have worked with firms like Jack in the Box or Sonic, national chains like that. But Mr. McNulty is here, if at the appropriate time, if there's questions later on. So again, the overall property is at 15.4 acres. It's outlined in yellow on the screen. The CUP application for the gas station is for the 2.1 acres on the corner that's outlined in red. And so the site is set up for shared stormwater detention. So there's a hypothetical location there for the pond. The idea there is that would serve the entire property, not just the gasoline station corner. There'd be shared access between this property and the adjacent properties that would be dedicated during platting. We've taken pains to make sure that the piece that's north of the red has 150-foot frontage, so that would be a usable tract by itself. It doesn't get trapped there on the north side. The site plan takes into account the right-of-way dedication that's needed for the upcoming Macawa widening. The McCard Road right-of-way has previously been acquired, and the site plan also takes into account the overlay ordinance for McCard Road. As you may know, this came forward with a different application maybe a year or so ago, and so there have been some updates from that prior application just to make sure you're aware of. That prior application for the CUP was for the entire property, which would have meant that the gas station could be anywhere on that the larger property, and so we've nailed it down so that the CUP applies only to the corner. We've reoriented the building so that the long dimension faces McCard Road. It fits the property better that way and allows us to keep that remainder track to the north. The updated architecture has been updated, and the fuel canopies have been updated and separated to help with the traffic flow. Again, we think overall, this is a better application than the last time through. It's more specific just to this piece of property. There's good access from both roads, better on-site maneuvering with the uses being spread out, and improved parking. Based on the site plan, we and our best estimates as of right now, we're fully parked, and we'll have no problem providing the parking that'll be necessary. As you know, also the UDC has 7 criteria that you go through to verify if a CUP should be granted or not, and we've done our analysis, and we believe that it is. Again, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the zoning district. It's compatible with adjacent uses, which are almost all either industrial or vacant. or zoned industrial or commercial. Again, with minimizes visual impacts with the architecture that we've chosen, and it meets the standards of the zoning district. We don't anticipate any other variances that are going to be needed. And just to kind of summarize, the applicant does agree with that condition for the exterior facades as substantially conforming to the renderings, as well as the additional suggestion from the P&Z for the additional landscaping along the north line. Agree with that. We understand that before building permit and with platting that a full TIA is going to be required. And we've also been notified that driveway on McCard Road probably is going to have to be pushed to the west a little bit to meet the spacing requirements. But since the applicant owns all of that property, that is not a problem as well. But again, since the site plan is not part of the application, we don't feel like that's a concern. Or not part of the application, but a part of the final approval, excuse me. And we understand the site's going to need to meet parking requirements and all the other requirements of the UDC. So in short, we think this is a good location at this corner. Certainly on McCard Road, there's no other facilities like this until you get to 288. If you go north toward the Beltway, there is a small gas station that's in Brookside Village that more than likely gets taken out with the Macawa widening. I'm not sure, but certainly could. But in short, there really are no facilities like this anywhere nearby. So we think this is a good use, and it'll be a good use for this corner. So at the appropriate time, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Alan, for that. That concludes the applicant report. We will move forward to the citizen portion. Those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request, go to the podium, give your name and address in 3 minutes. Second attempt, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Moving forward in our public hearing, we'll open it to City Council for questions, comments. Ian?
Mayor, I would say one thing I think it's necessary for the citizenry that the applicant's a consultant and his business, my business, have a business relationship. So I don't have anything to do with this. I like to disclose that before I vote. Otherwise, I'm supportive of this. I think it's an appropriate location for this type of facility.
Councilor?
Is the applicant a resident of Pearland?
No.
And then this Fondren LLC is the one that's going to run the Busy Bee?
Maybe. All right.
Is Fondren LLC a member of the chamber? Oh, Buzzy Bee. Sorry, my apologies. I think we are very inclusive here in Pearland, and I think we're very excited to have a need. Obviously, McCard is going to extend through, and people will need a place to get gas, but we support small business, and we encourage you to be a member of the chamber. That weighs on my heart quite a bit.
So definitely will be member.
Oh, all right. Just something to think about. Thank you.
I think the location's good. In terms of the additional stipulations, I'm fine with the location, and whether we add those or not, I think the purpose of the CUP was for location. I'm fine with this use of that location.
I might have missed this, but was the applicant okay with the proposed stipulations?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The only question I have before we move to the next item is, does the resolution have those items in it, or will we need to add them? We amended. Okay.
Speaking of that, just so there's clarification, so since we don't know the vendor for the fuel, and we possibly could put amendment on there that states we need to be in conformance with the rendering. I would say the rendering shows a little bit of ketchup and mustard on her shell, and if that's not necessarily the case, I don't think it meets our color palette anyway, but I think maybe we isolate it to just the building so that there's no miscommunication. I know that's esoteric, but I've seen us get into rabbit holes with smaller things when sites are associated with conditional use permits in the past. So let's just say to the building and not for the fuel station canopies.
Okay. Does that conclude comments, questions, concerns? All right, seeing no more, we'll conclude this public hearing and we will move to new business item number 2. Member Carbone, would you place that on the agenda, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, Resolution R 2021-21-00036. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. We've had staff report, and then we would need to add the amendment. Martin, would you put the items back up there real quick? Okay. So are y'all in favor of adding this as an amendment?
Mayor, I'd move that we amend to follow the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission with the stipulation that the facade requirements be limited to the occupiable building only.
Okay. We have a motion, a second on that. Any discussion on that item? Seeing none, Madam Secretary will call for the vote on the amended motion, the motion to amend.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
No.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little? The motion carries 5-1.
Okay, so we have an amended motion. Now we need to vote on the amended motion. So, Madam Secretary, any other further discussion, questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R 2021-CUP 21-00036 as amended.
All right, we'll be moving to public hearing number 3. So Martin, at it again.
Yes, sir. So this is a request by Katie Harris, LJA Engineering Incorporated, applicant on behalf of Melissa Burns and Judd's Food Stores Incorporated, owners for approval of a zone change from the heavy industrial district, planned development district, to accommodate a proposed planned residential community on several tracts of land totaling approximately 110.127 acres, with a general location west of Main Street, east of the BNSF railroad tracks, and divided by Bailey to the north and south. So again, this is a request for approval for establishing a new planned development community. You can see from the zoning and aerial map that this property is zoned heavy industrial and has heavy industrial both to the north and the south, and a small portion of general commercial there at the corner of Bailey and Main Street. The future land use plan for this area indicates a light industrial zoning classification is appropriate. And then the thoroughfare plan shows that a major collector street is to hook up with Industrial Drive south of this property. This is a clean aerial location map, so that way you can see it without any of the additional information provided. This is a view from the bridge looking north on Bailey Road on the image on the left, and then the image on the right is an image opposite of that looking south on Bailey Road. This is the proposed design plan from the applicant. You can note the R3 and R4 and townhouse portions of the development in the tan, yellow, and then the darker brown areas there. And then this is the fencing plan indicating a 6-foot precast masonry fence around both tracts of property. The open space amenity and trail plan shows a recreation center in the middle of the lower portion that has a walking trail that goes both to Main and Bailey Road, The access for Bailey Road goes underneath the bridge to then hook up with the northern tract. So the comprehensive plan, the future land use plan, and the Main Street corridor strategy are not in favor of this, as they are inconsistent with, or as this plan is inconsistent with those strategies and land use policies. The thoroughfare plan will need to be amended in order to have this development go through without significant changes. And then the Unified Development Code does not appear to be in conformance, or this plan does not appear to be in conformance with the corridor overlay district standards that would indicate a 30-foot setback for both Bailey and Main Street, where the residential walls would start after that 30 feet. However, there is water and sewer available on both Main and Bailey roads. So this is the code conformity table. As you can see from the bright red coloring, there are no criteria for approval that this proposal conforms to. The uses within this development are virtually homogeneous, as it is one type of development being residential all throughout. This type of development could take place in many properties that are left throughout the city, be it on Hatfield, Garden, Reed, Magnolia, Old Massey Ranch Road, or any other large acreage that is remained undeveloped so far. This development could be done with conventional zoning. So it could be rezoned to R3, R4, and townhouse. It does not require the use of the plan development tool. The plan development tool is specifically to highlight areas of good design and good development, or to set aside parts of land that need to be set aside and have more thoughtful considerations than just a standard application of zoning. As mentioned, this request does not meet any of the criteria for approval of granting a zone change. It is inconsistent with all of the comprehensive plans from the 70s on to the most recent 2015 adopted comprehensive plan. It is not in conformance with the thoroughfare plan or with the Main Street corridor strategy adopted in 2016 by the City Council, which suggested additional industrial development for this property. It is in the long-term benefit for the city to maintain large industrial zones where we can maintain compatible uses together. By approving or recommending approval for this zone change, this hurts the prospect of industrial development within the remaining undeveloped tracts. Staff strongly recommends denial of the requested zone change from the heavy industrial district to the planned development district. With that said, the Planning and Zoning Commission heard this debate on December 6th at their regular meeting. Presented with that discussion, the commission took a vote and recommended approval of the request with a vote of 3-2, missing 2 of their commissioners due to illness. The Planning and Zoning Commission members in favor of this project did not state how the planned development met the criteria for approval. During the discussion, the staff was presented with a comparison in between Baker's Landing development and the proposed development. Both Baker's Landing and this product are a development in between D.R. Horton and LJA. Baker's Landing is on a smaller site with a greater mix of uses and range of lot sizes. The lot sizes within Baker's Landing start at 8,800, whereas this product start at 7,000. Baker's Landing also includes commercial zoning, which this proposal includes no acreage for commercial. Going into a deeper dive into the comparisons in between Baker's Landing and this proposed development, we'll highlight how Baker's Landing has enhancements that are thought out that make the compatibility issues in between the residential and commercial properties surrounding it easier for the community to bear. Those include enhanced landscaping, enhanced masonry fencing, lakes with fountains, additional programmed parks, and additional amenities within the development. As it stands, the proposed development does not mention any of the programmed features that Baker's Landing does. Additionally, on design considerations, the main consideration is the pedestrian connectivity for the trail under the Bailey Bridge, along with sprinkling of the homes north of Bailey Road. For deviations, both Baker's Landing and the Alexander Burns tract discuss deviations for the townhome product. The key difference in between those deviations is that the Alexander Burns tract requests a minimum lot width deviation from 30 foot down to 24, whereas the Baker's Landing only requests the deviation for the end units. That means that at the end of those units, you will have standard setbacks for the 24-foot wide. So not only are they already reducing, but then they'll have to maintain the standard townhome setback in between groups of units. Staff input and discussion afterwards. It's in staff's opinion that this project, the Alexander Burns project, does not provide for a superior quality of life or living environment. This project seeks to do less with more land than Baker's Landing was provided. And this project should not be a planned development, as it does not meet any of the criteria for approval on establishing a new planned development. With that said, I complete staff's report.
All right, move to the applicant's report.
Good evening. My name is Katie Harris. I'm with LJA Engineering. Our address is 3600 West Sam Houston Parkway, Suite 600, Houston, Texas 77042. I am going to run through a handful of slides, most of which you just saw staff present, but I wanted to provide a little bit more detail and information about why we have chosen to move forward with this project and lot sizes, etc. So some background information: we chose to go with a planned development district because we felt that it would provide a better opportunity to have a more comprehensive development instead of potentially individually spot zoning separate areas of these tracts to have different lot sizes. And we felt that this would provide an opportunity to showcase more things like trails, signage, parks, things like that. And after discussions with staff at the very beginning of this process, that is also the direction that we felt that they were suggesting we should go as well. As you all are aware, this site has been zoned heavy industrial or some sort of industrial for many, many years. This tract, these 2 or 3 tracts in particular, have been vacant for over 40 years with no true prospects of development until D.R. Horton approached the landowners. Especially with the construction of the Beltway, industrial development has been migrating north instead of along 35. In addition, there have been many new residential developments and the high school built right along this area, which I also believe that hinders industrial type development. As staff mentioned, there are some aspects of this plan that do not follow the comprehensive plan or the future land use plan, but I would like to think that the fact that these tracts are still vacant after 40 years, maybe that's indicative that it might be time to relook at the comprehensive plan or the future land use plan, as this might not be the ideal location for industrial development post the Beltway being constructed. Baker's Landing also has been used as a comparison, and that wasn't to indicate that this is going to be exactly the same development. We mention that because we want to show you that D.R. Horton is capable of producing an excellent product and an excellent neighborhood, and it was more just as to say, look, this is possible, not this is going to be Baker's Landing number 2. So as mentioned, there are 3 different lot sizes. I would like to clarify on the townhome areas, we were requesting a deviation to 24 feet for the internal lots or internal options only. They're most likely going to be a 3-pack townhome development, which would mean there would be 3 units attached and then the buffer in between each pack. We didn't specify because we felt if we put it at 24 feet, then that would allow for the 28 feet on the exterior. So it would be 28 feet on the exterior, 24 on the interior to create a 3-pack situation. So we are not asking for 24s on the external, just on the internal. And that's, I believe that's identical to what was built in Baker's Landing. We also have submitted a major thoroughfare plan request, and that is going through the review process with the engineering department. We had a meeting with them on Friday to discuss their comments and how they would like the traffic impact analysis to be revised to address any comments or concerns that they had. We are most likely going to be taking additional traffic counts next week and hope to have the revised TIA submitted in the next few weeks to bring it forward to P&Z and then to council. So here is the trail or the fencing plan. We are proposing a 6-foot masonry fence along all the boundaries that will provide buffering between the other existing industrial uses and railroad tracks, as well as any vacant land surrounding. Next is the trails plan. As mentioned, we are proposing a trail to connect throughout the development, connecting the rec center to the detention pond, as well as underneath Bailey Road. We had to run the trail underneath the Bailey Road Bridge because the preliminary analysis of the TIA is not recommending a signalized intersection along Bailey Road. You can see where my mouse is pointing right here. So it will be a right in, right out. We felt that it was not safe enough to run a trail across Bailey Road there, so we are proposing running it underneath the bridge, and will provide appropriate lighting, signage, and all of that to make sure that it's a safe and pedestrian-friendly trail. One other thing to point out, based on some of the comments from the engineering department, because we are requesting a major thoroughfare plan amendment to remove the southern collector from the plan, we wanted to make it as friendly as possible for the road to continue to the north. We redesigned the entrance to the northern portion here, and if you can see on the screen, there's 2 lines extending out. One of the engineering department's concerns was that if they were to have another street off of Bailey, the intersections would be too close to each other or potentially too close to the bridge or Main Street. So we revised the plan to provide an option to continue that road through our site directly to prevent any driveway spacing issues or intersection spacing issues. As I mentioned, the project would be similar but not the same as Baker's Landing. So I wanted to provide a couple of pictures of some of the existing amenities that Baker's Landing would have, or that we would have something similar to. A lot of that hasn't been finalized yet, but it's anticipated that it will be very similar. So there will be running trails, detention pond with potential areas to sit, potential playgrounds at the rec center, very kid-friendly, family-friendly, etc. One of the comments at P&Z that was brought up was that staff was unsure of the buffers that were being provided to help separate the residential uses from the railroad, industrial, or commercial. Along the northern boundary, this is the only area that has housing close to the railroad. We have a 50-foot buffer here, and we are looking into options for potential berms, landscaping, things like that. We're still working out all the engineering aspects to that, but there will be very sufficient screening with landscaping and as well as the masonry fence. We are also proposing a 30-foot buffer along the industrial area, which is standard, as well as along Highway 35, which is required in the overlay district, as well as along the commercial. So basically anywhere that is abutting right-of-way, industrial, or the railroad, there is a 30-foot minimum buffer provided with potential for a berm and more landscaping behind that. I wanted to provide this exhibit. This is the surrounding zoning exhibit, and I know it's a lot of colors and there's kind of a lot going on, but while the tract has industrial acreage, acreage to the north that's zoned industrial, that site is currently owned by the school district, so unless they choose to sell it off, the chances of it becoming industrial are fairly low. To the south, there is some existing industrial, but directly south of that, there's undeveloped acreage. In the staff report, there was a table that mentioned the surrounding land uses. When it talked about the eastern side, it jumped over Main Street and mentioned the industrial and commercial, but didn't mention the residential zoned area directly on the other side of that, or on the eastern or western boundary, it mentioned the railroad, but did not jump the 100 feet over that to mention any of the residential that's right there. So if you look at it with a microscope, just zoning into that specific area, it might look like this area is just completely surrounded by industrial zoning. But in reality, there's a significant amount of residential areas that are either developed or prepared for development. And we feel that this would just be an addition to those areas, especially with the high school being right there. And then finally, this is the signage plan. We are proposing one primary sign off of Highway 35, and then 2 secondary monuments along Bailey Road that will be similar to Baker's Landing. Again, not identical, just here's something that it could look like. And that is it. Some of my final points. While reading the staff report, it seemed like that there was a conclusion found, an analysis to support the conclusion, and in reality, it should have been an analysis that had a conclusion to support it. I hope that you were able to listen or watch the P&Z meeting where all of this was discussed, because we feel that the staff report seemed to focus on the reasons for denial and glossed over the commissioners' descriptions who voted in favor of this. We think this will be a great development in a great area and provide a lot of tax dollars to the city of Pearland. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. We also have a representative of one of the developers, and we have one of the property owners here as well.
I'm sure we will have plenty of opportunity for questions and answers here in just a second. Does that complete the applicant's report?
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you. So moving forward in our public hearing, we will open it up for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Go to the podium, give your name and address, and 3 minutes.
My name is Jay Alexander. I am president of Judd's Food Stores, Inc., which is a family-owned business. My address is 1501 FM 389, Brenham, Texas, 77833. If you mail me a letter, though, it needs to go to P.O. Box 769 in Brenham. Thank you for the opportunity. My great-grandfather brought my family to Pearland in 1908. My father grew up here. I lost him in 2020, but he was 89, had a great life. And Pearland was certainly a big part of our family. I never lived in Pearland. When my father came back from the Marine Corps serving in Korea, he started scratching the earth as a farmer in Washington County next to the Brazos River. So that's where I grew up and started my being a Texan. But Pearland certainly is a big part of our family history. Let me now address the issue at hand. When we were approached to sell this property, and when we knew that there was going to be zoning and planning and zoning committee and the council, I did a little research, and my father actually inherited the land when I began my research almost 40 years to the day. It was November of 1981 when the family finally disseminated my grandparents' assets. I was 23 years old at the time. I'm 63 now, y'all do the math. The property was zoned industrial, and I was kind of excited at the time. I mean, I was a 23-year-old kid out of college. It was my third job to come back and work for the family business. And in college, I always felt like that you just learned enough to be dumb enough to ask better questions. And so I was excited about industrial. But after 40 years, I can say that it was probably given its best effort. As far as marketing the land, I think that's been one of the biggest questions, and I'm going to have to hustle. The land was for sale the day we got it. As far as signs on the property, I think there were signs on the property from time to time, but as you know, when people are looking for a big use industrial property, they'll seek you as well. The EDC, which we had talked to about possibly a rail spur, they were aware of the plan for the property, trying to develop it. The EDC brought no prospects in 40 years. We've made 2 sales, both to the city of Pearland, one to facilitate the Baylor Bridge, and the other for a drainage district. Those are the only 2 sales, and we had one other approach with no specific purpose and never reached even a discussion of pricing. The property's been for sale for 40 years. When this came up, I thought, what a beautiful deal. I just went over the Bailey-Euler Bridge, and you look and see Pearland High School Stadium. It would be a beautiful addition with a tremendous tax base other than cattle and hay. Thank you very much.
All right, those others wishing to speak? See a few lining up.
My name is Ernie Loeb with D.R. Horton. The address is 6744 Horton Vista Lane. I just would like to certainly be available for questions that council has after this. I did a little research, and there's approximately 3,100 acres of industrial that's available between the city limits of Pearland and its ETJ. The rezoning of this 100 acres would be less than about 3% of that. There was some statements that the plan is homogeneous for single family. I can tell you that Baker's Landing, which we did develop, has the same lot sizes, 55-foot lots, 65-foot lots, and townhomes. The only difference is that there is a commercial reserve in Baker's Landing, and this does not have a commercial reserve. But it really has the same characteristics of that site. There was a lot of mention within the staff report, which a lot of detail wasn't brought forward to you, but I think you have it in your package. And that's conformance to the 2016 SH35 strategy. That's a 5-year-old planning document. And within it, there's a statement that staff reiterated to you in this request. It states that based on investigation of market conditions from the 2016 study, The study area will be very well positioned to compete for market share among industrial product types. I would like City Council to think about Beltway 8, east and west, as it crosses Pearland Parkway, and think in the last 5 years, all of the industrial warehouse distribution that has gone up along Beltway 8. As Mr. Alexander stated, he has had no offers in 40 years. So the market is telling you that this 100 acres, which has hay and cows and is tax exempt, is not in favor of industrial development. I think that it's time to change it, and it should become residential. D.R. Horton will develop this site and turn it into over $125 million of taxable value to the city of Pearland, instead of having it sit there with cows eating hay for another 10 or 15 years or 20 years, however long you think. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Paul Groman, 1925 Pearland Parkway, 2116 Kildare, both in Pearland, Texas. We're involved in the project and have been since very early. One of the questions or comments came up that this didn't meet the criteria of a PUD. And we did base some of that information off of what we experienced we gained with Bakers. But just as a little bit of clarification, we originally did not propose at Bakers any commercial whatsoever. That was basically a quid pro quo type trade back with the city planning staff. And by the way, that property that's commercial is still sitting vacant 6 years later when the houses are built out. So that's the first thing I'd like to address, is that we really did have a precedent in our mind of doing it what we call the right way. Secondly, Horton was very magnanimous and talked about doing some commercial frontage there that we advised against doing, because there's hundreds of others of commercial acres up and down 35 strip center type locations that, again, aren't developed. You look at Town Lake, comes to mind. I know there's been several other alternative usages other than commercial. I'm not talking industrial, I'm talking commercial, that never have developed. I also wanted to point out again, Katie did a good job of pointing out, but when you really look at the map, I don't care what it's zoned, our tract is surrounded by residential or vacant property. But almost everything if you see the full map, you'll see that there's residential in every direction. We thought that was important. We thought this was a good project. Also, and then finally, and I will say this, is the city has had a real focus on developing the old town side into a real destination, into something that could be mixed use, support a different type of retail, a different type of residential. 1,000 people with money in their pocket this close to the old town site will be definitely beneficial compared to the possibility 50 years, 100 years, 200 years from now, whenever it happens, of a few industrial jobs. And again, we're not anti-industrial. We're very supportive of the industrial effort that the city has put out, the chamber's put out. We were involved in that way back in 1994. Mayor Coles, I think the only one still up here that was around then. We're not anti-development. We just believe there's so much inventory, and at the current pace, this is going to sound like a stunning number. There's like 3,000 years of inventory. Imagine you being a landowner and getting to hold your land for the next 3,000 years. Thank you all very much.
All right. Anyone else?
Good evening, Council. Jim Johnson, 6117 Broadway, Pearland, Texas, President CEO with the Pearland Chamber of Commerce. My comments will be brief and less specific to this project, but the potential of a reduction of industrial zoning in Pearland. There is a balance of philosophies: land use by property owners in free market, and current council-approved zoning regulations, which take into consideration comprehensive plans also approved by councils that indicate future land use, the last one being done 2016. Again, my comments are related to reduction of industrial zoning in Pearland within the city limits. And at the November Executive Committee meeting of the Chamber, it was approved that the Chamber is against a reduction in industrial zoning in Pearland at this time. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Russ Wilkins, R4 Resources, 8511 Industrial Drive. I would just like to take this time. I was present at the P&Z meeting and also spoke there as well. I can understand Mr. Alexander's plight in making his land available for sale. My position is, being a business owner on industrial, that it's not a good use. As everybody probably knows, I don't need to tell city staff this, but when the zoning phases happen, it should go from residential, commercial, N1, M2. There should be some buffer zones involved in this. We make reference to Baker's Landing, and that's going from general to residential. In this case, we're going from heavy industrial, not just M1, light industrial, but heavy industrial, M2, straight to residential. Now, that's not a good segue into an industrial area to have a neighborhood right there. I've experienced it before when I worked on it in Magnolia, is switching Magnolia from an industrial to residential, and the calls that you get from residential people trying to conduct business in a heavy industrial area. Now, I don't need to tell City Council anything about consulting work. I'm sure everybody's well aware of consulting work, but what I see is that we've hired some consultants to come up with these city plans, and 2016 being the latest, and consultants are saying that we need to keep our industrial areas. And so I don't see how we can ignore the fact that there's professionals telling us that we need to keep industrial areas in Pearland. Now, as far as movement of industrial property, I will tell you that we do have, on industrial, we've got a 25-year lease for 25 acres. We have Brass Neela moving in and bringing in jobs, personal property taxes in that facility. We also have Zap Industries building a new facility at the entrance of industrial. We also have Mars Transformer, who just moved in right across the street from industrial. Please keep in mind, $350,000 is the minimum of what the house needs to be in order to provide a break even for city services. And so once we go ahead and put an industrial area in, then you're going to be able to get the property values as well as the personal property. That's the key. We don't want to turn into a Friendswood where we're struggling and the residents are paying way more taxes than they need to because we boxed ourselves out of industrial zones. So I appreciate the time to speak today and hope everybody has a lovely evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else willing to speak in favor or against this proposed request? Third and final time, those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed zone change. Seeing none, we'll move to City Council for questions, comments, concerns. Woody?
Okay. Yeah, listening to all the conversation we've had out there and on this, that, you know, this property, I guess, has been that way since 1968, which is 53 years ago. I've been sitting up here for almost 20 years and never seen anything come up here for the M2. And, you know, and so as this is through here, this is heavy industrial M2. And I don't know exactly where all that states could be put in there, but it says heavy industrial M2. And so that's my concern through there, because right across the street, you got the school over there with the, there on Euler Drive. And then you got Town Lake there sitting right next to it. We looked at it a few years ago and talking about the landing over there. And, you know, we knew that in order to do what we're going to do, we didn't have that big pieces of property left anymore. And so we had to go into smaller areas in there. So as it is right now, I don't see anybody, you know, beating down the door to go over there. And maybe, you know, we might want somebody from planning to tell us what a heavy industrial M2, what does that mean on there? Can some kind of chemical place go in there, or hazardous material type place? You might want to answer that and see.
Sure thing, Mr. Owens. So the heavy industrial zoning district is appropriate for concrete batch plants. It's appropriate for petroleum uses. It would be a great location for chemical storage facilities, any sort of warehousing. Those are the types of uses that typically would make their home in a heavy industrial environment.
Yeah, but, I don't think we'd like to have a batch plant to go in there. We fought that several times so far on there. So I don't see why we can't go ahead and do this and make it as in a residential area. I think it would be a good location for it, and I don't have really a problem of moving this forward.
Before moving forward, can we put the, I think the last slide, one of the last slides that the applicant had up that had showed the site plan, showed all the different uses around it. Actually, I think there's one that shows, it's colored. It shows all the different uses around it. This was one that the applicant used.
How do I switch back to?
I'm all thumbs when it comes to that. Go ahead, Councilmember. I just want to make sure. That's fine. That's fine. That way, if anybody wants to reference it, we're not talking about a table up with nonconformity on it.
And just to follow up, isn't there a batch plant at the end of industrial right now?
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll generally say, as I stated before, I'm kind of taking a bird in the hand approach with this one. I don't know if we're all the way there. I'd say I'm supportive of the project. I would much prefer an industrial use there, but I'm going off of my own experience, which I've expressed in this council chamber several times. I have taken clients that I've known as a council member that were dead industrial, and I've toured them this area and said, we'd really love some partnership here. We'd love to be able to develop this area. And actually none of them were interested. They all stated that its location was just not viable for any kind of large commercial industrial use. I'm certain that we could probably find ones here and there, but we're just not going to get at least from my experience, and it's solely mine, but the access to the freeways and the access to the airport, none of that stuff, it was just too far, too offset, and particularly when you see as much industrial space going on in the Beltway corridor, that's really where it's going. I'd love for it to see industrial. I'd rather have the value. I think for the benefit of the school district, which we have two different representatives from two different school districts here, if it was industrial, that would be money going to them. If it is residential, it's likely money that they're going to have to spend to serve it. So I think for their benefit, I would prefer it to be industrial, but it's just not there. I feel like I do know that there's a prospect out there that's looking at a tract. Somebody just reminded me of that. There's no guarantee that they're going to develop that. I know that there's been. I remember Aldi's looked at the tract, and we did a lot of work. This was probably, was that 13, 14 years ago. They wanted to put in a large industrial distribution center there. That fell through. I mean, there are people who've been interested in it and kicked the tires, but I just don't see. Even if we sold a tract or two, I don't see that the whole thing's going to convert over. And you consider now we're industrial, you can't build it fast enough. I mean, they've got occupancies already filled out for buildings that are still in permit. Most clients are. I mean, if it's a viable industrial space right now and the viable industrial land, they're actively seeking it, overpaying for it, and developing it. I'm personally for it. I mean, maybe it's possible it could be a mistake. It's possible that as soon as we approve this, the next day there's going to be some large, like a Heinz or a Stream or a, what does Charlie Meyer have now? I think Lovett could all come and say, we'd really love to have this piece of land, but I just don't see that happening personally. So that's why I'm for it. I'd love to get some feedback from the school district about adding this many homes, what that does to y'all. I don't know that changes our vote, but I would like before I'm off council, I've mentioned this before, I'd like to establish that habit. If we're putting these burdens on the school district, I'd love for them to be able to tell us, hey, look, we just don't have the capacity before we make a final decision. I'd hate to put all these homes here blindly and then now have an elementary school that they can occupy. And maybe that's something that we have to consider on this one or other future developments. Couple of comments to the PD. I do appreciate putting the masonry fence 6 foot, prefer 8 foot to be honest. If there's going to be industrial development along the side, I'd eliminate the word precast so that there's an opportunity for us to get a higher quality fence. I know there's some improvements in the precast masonry fencing, but I think it generally doesn't look great. It kind of sucks. So if we could just eliminate that word and give us some more flexibility, it'd be fine. If I could borrow engineering staff's thoughts for a second, would it be possible if they're going to do a trail connection rather than doing an underpass underneath the existing roadway that is, well, I guess, let me just make sure that I understood you correctly. You were proposing an underground passage, a below grade passage to connect the two sections. Was that correct?
Correct. It would go under the Bailey Bridge.
You would be at grade or you would be below grade?
Or at grade, but.
Okay. That's where I want. As long as it wasn't below grade, I'm fine with it. I thought you were mentioning a below grade passage at where the streets intersected, and I would be wholly against that.
Oh, no. It will go around so that
Okay.
you don't have to cross Bailey, the road itself.
Okay. And I'm comfortable with moving forward. I don't know I'm to a yes yet because I'd like to, if we give staff the instruction, hey, we want to move forward with this PD. Maybe there's there's probably still some stuff that council would like to look at, or we could get a yes today and then give some instruction, and before we get the second vote, we make sure that all these comments are addressed. I would like to have personally, just looking out for the future citizens we have that are going to be along that western corridor, some kind of sound study to determine how loud that train's going to be. Since we have a quiet zone, it's not as impactful, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been at Two Dogs when that train comes by and you can't even talk. So if there's something that we can do, and you alluded to a landscape buffer or something, but I'd like to have some engineering as to what the mitigation is as opposed to a guess as part of this, so that the people who do move in Pearland, once y'all have developed and they are having potentially an unpleasant lifestyle because this train wakes them up at 2 a.m. every night. I'd like to just at least say we did the best we could. I think that's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilman Perez. I would prefer this to be an industrial development, but as Councilman Owens said, no one's knocking the door down to get to this property. And, the trend, as Councilman Perez noted, is that they're building along the larger corridors, specifically Beltway 8. As he stated, I would like to see a higher buffer wall, especially as it abuts the railroad. The railroad is above grade anyway, so a 6-foot fence is going to provide you a lot of protection from the noise associated with that. And I'll be brief. Another really strong reason I'm for this is this owner has had this property for 40 years and hasn't seen any benefit from it. And if we kept it industrial, who knows when it would be leased. And he's got an opportunity to finally sell the property. So to deprive him of the benefit and utility of his property any longer, I think it is wrong. So for those reasons, I'm for it. And I'm the third one, I believe, so I think you need one more. That's all, Mayor.
Camcar?
A couple questions for the staff. On this diagram, where is the high point of the grade? Is it at the road at 35?
Councilman Perez, are you discussing in regards to drainage, or are you?
I'm the other guy.
I'm sorry, Councilman Camp.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I'm just saying, where is the high point on that parcel? In this viewing area, the high point is 35, which is the road. Is that right?
Hold
We can say we don't know. That's fine. It's fine.
No, I have to pull up a different layer, but we can get back with you on that. But
and then-
remember,
well,
wait a minute, does the
Daily
applicant
Road's
know?
elevated, and Raj, go ahead.
Have you guys done a topo?
The tract is generally flat and drains mostly to the southwest corner.
Southeast.
Southeast corner.
So it drains from Bailey to the corner.
We don't, the high point is not 35. I'm guessing if it's going to the southeast, the high point is probably closer on that railroad track.
The entire area is flat, as Katie said, and the general gist is to the south and to the east a little bit, but it's very gentle, Councilmember. The railroad itself acts as a dam, and so in itself, you'll see the water to this tract from the west is metered through it. That's not specific to this tract. That's all along the BNSF trail.
Can we pull up the land plan? I'm trying to get some information here. I just need to understand a little bit.
Give me
what's
one
going on.
moment and I'll have it up for you. If you'll send it. Yeah. Helps having an engineer sit right next to you.
For the folks at the PEDC, what is the current activity in this area? I'm going to filibuster for a minute. Right now in this industrial corridor.
You know, we have as strong as activities we've ever had, but obviously this parcel, I mean, we've probably had some people call Judd before in years past, but generally the property's never had a sign on it, never been for sale. I think the mayor, congratulated D.R. Horton at the meetings because they got it under contract. So the idea that this property's been for sale is, I don't think you have to expose it to the market.
I'm really not trying to cast aspersions. I'm just trying to get data. So in the general area, though, is there activity continuing and ongoing, or is it?
Yeah. Well, if we have lots that are shovel ready.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Upton, what do you have?
Councilman Camcar, Raj Shrestha or Parviz will answer your question for you on that.
Council members, Parviz with engineering. As you can see on the screen, for the southern part, the line I draw is the approximate high point. To the right goes toward south and 35, and to the left goes to the railroad. There is a ditch on the west side.
Okay. And their drainage is programmed right now in that northwest corridor corner, if I'm remembering that correctly. And then your access to the park area or the crossing is at that northwest corner, right? That you're going to cross over to the other piece and be kind of in that. Yep. Okay.
Yep. There it is.
All right. I have a lot of consternation here. I heard what the chamber said. I listened. They've been here a long time. They know what's going on. And the $100 million is an impressive amount, but when you apply it over 180 or 90 acres, it's really not that impressive. I know it sounds like a big amount, but really in the grand scheme of things, I think the city of Pearland is north of 10, 11, 12 billion dollars in value. I have a lot of agitation about this. The access is troubling. The ride in, ride out is not something I want to hear as a development professional. I don't want to hear that as a public servant. That's a public safety hazard. I would like 2 points of access. I really do not want to be granting variances on things that are critical of that nature. And that is really troubling to me. That's something I have to deal with. Because whenever a big storm happens or hurricane evacuation happens or things of that nature, nobody cares that we varianced you. They're wondering, how do I get out of here? And this is a major arterial. 35 is a major arterial for big portion of the city. The PEDC, if I'm remembering correctly, you have investment on Bailey. Is there a substantial investment for the improvements that were conducted at some point in the past?
I think it was 12 or 14 million.
Are you guys collecting that as the area improves, or is that done and gone?
Well, it's done and gone. We'd still be paying some of the bonds, but
yeah. I'm really going to struggle with this one. I'm listening very seriously to what the chamber said. I'm also an ardent defender of the American dream, and people need a place to live. People know that. Housing is a gigantic commodity right now. It is getting pushed out further and further from folks, but this is a less than ideal track. They're going to have an industrial neighbor to the very south that's probably not going away, and they're making more commitment, and I've heard that neighbor today. So I'm still very much up in the air in this. I've got a lot of questions here, and I'm not seeing a ton of answers, and the site conditions are not particularly good. If I heard that maybe we didn't have a right in, right out entrance and some of those other things, I probably would get there, but right now I'm not really hearing that.
All right, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Generally I fall on the landowner rights. This is a really tough one. It seems like we're trying hard to make it fit. Appreciate you sprinkling the houses on the north side, but that's just so you can get away with one entrance and exit. And I'm sensitive to the industrial uses to the south. Without marketing a property, I think it's tough to say nobody's beat down my door to buy it, so we must change the zoning. If we follow that train of thought, which may be right, may be wrong, we're going to just zone any vacant land to whatever somebody wants to come buy it at. So I struggle with this one, but I think I've got to lean towards the neighboring businesses that are here and the chamber. So I think I'd be a no at this time.
Okay. Councilmember.
Yeah, if I can, I have a few questions. I wasn't here for the initial workshop back in July, so I just wanted to flesh some of that out. First, want to say appreciate the effort here. These are people that we do a lot of work with at the city of Pearland, and grateful for the continued partnership. On this specifically, though, just want to go through some things. What just gives me a little bit of heartburn is, as was discussed in one of the public comments, all the planning and one of our goals as a council was we want to recruit dense, high quality development, and so to not upzone but downzone something, I think is a little concerning, but maybe that's the right thing. I think what gives me the most heartburn about this process is just like we're making this decision kind of on the fly for a specific project versus kind of thoughtfully saying, what do we think this corridor looks like? And it seems like this argument is kind of predicated on, and it might be the right one, that this area can't become industrial, but it seems like I don't feel that I have the data to know that. And so, I guess that was my first question for staff. I think that's really what we're saying here is that we have 3,100 or so acres of industrial land, but it sounds like the issue is maybe this 100 acres would not only take this 100 acres offline, but we think would lead to compatibility issues with industrial land south and maybe north, maybe even with some existing folks. If someone could speak to that, Matt, or.
In my career of dealing with industrial developers, they obviously want to be farther away from residential and not closer. And obviously, as Mr. Wilkinson said, and Russ said tonight that they don't want to be this close to this type of development. So if you do this, I think the area to the north that we just got Multoloy to come in, and that was a 40-acre purchase, and it's PISD's largest taxpayer right now. But yeah, if we do that, I think you're going to see that the other ground around there's not going to be industrial users either.
Gotcha. So yeah. So I guess that would be the other question. So you have implications maybe for current industrial users that are there, but also the theory of the city is that it's going to inhibit future prospects. I think Member Perez alluded to one prospect that's possibly under consideration that would be impacted.
That's correct.
And then also just wanted to address some kind of quality of life issues. It was mentioned that we have some housing over here already kind of by the railroad tracks. I guess can the city, there's a lot in the packet. If we could just kind of get a highlight of what the concerns are, especially for these folks north of Bailey Road here.
So there are some residential obviously to the west, sir. I would say the residential on the south of Bailey was annexed into the city as that is not a approved subdivision development or city rules. To the north, that was a city development or went through city programming, but you do have extra separation because the detention separates the subdivision from the plots to the east of that. So there is some sort of separation with regard to those single-family homes to the north.
All right, appreciate that. And then just wanted to also ask about, we had a number thrown out there of like a break-even point that you have an industrial, a dense industrial use go in, and that generates a lot of tax revenue. This would generate tax revenue as well, but there's obviously more of an expense associated with providing services for the folks that live there. I guess could we kind of speak to, as we're trying to increase that density, what the implications of this kind of development would be on that front?
Well, I would speak to the conversation we had earlier this afternoon at the CIP, right? So we had a large growth pattern in the last 20 years that kind of turned down about 5 years ago, large residential-based development that spurred Pearland's growth. But we're already seeing kind of the cost impact of that, right? The inability to cover the maintenance aspects of the additional roads, the additional utilities that are tied to that, right? We have subdivisions that have been built in the last 20 years whose roads need help, whose utilities need help. They don't have sidewalks, et cetera. So it's almost this pyramid Social Security kind of thing, right? Where you have so much housing, influx of cash, and you're kind of dwindling down. We have less developable land overall, of course. And so we're looking for this fast dollar that comes in, gives us permitting, gets us homes up and running, but again, brings us in how many more miles of infrastructure that goes in our books that we have to be responsible for, that we maintain, as well as police and fire that now have to go in here, right? An industrial site, everything within that property is owned and managed and maintained by the property owner. And we can see overall that service provision, especially at the public safety level as well, is less to industrial than the average residential. So residential, there's plenty of residential development area left in Pearland. Unless we take, of course, as we've heard tonight, if residential land has been sitting for 40 years and hasn't been developed, maybe it should be residential, right? I mean, that seems to be the argument we've heard tonight, but there's plenty of zoned residential. Our industrial is tight, and you don't see cities going in and rezoning commercial or residential property as industrial, right? You typically have a number for industrial, and it kind of gets eaten away of over the years. So at some point, you've got to protect those larger tracts because that's what's going to attract those larger taxpayers. It's going to allow you to diversify your tax base and maintain your standard of living.
I appreciate that thorough answer, I guess, and I'll just close by then asking, as we go through this next comprehensive plan process and land use update that we're doing this year, you might have already answered the question, but I want to make this work. It sounds like, though, can you tell me what percentage of the city's current makeup roughly is industrial?
I think we're roughly 8% total industrial. A lot of what
heavy industrials.
the acres that were brought up. So right now we have 825 acres total out of the 30,000 acres in the city limits. 825 are M2. That's developed and undeveloped. And so, and what was thrown out earlier by the representative from D.R. Horton, he spoke about industrial and ETJ. Well, we don't zone the ETJ, so we don't know what that land is yet, right, until it comes to the city. But total industrial acreage in the city is by zoning is roughly 3,600 acres. So yeah, you're looking about 11 to 12% of our total acreage is industrial, and it's been shrinking. We know we've rezoned a few over the years away from that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's hard to give up that industrial land. I want to make this work. I think in its current state, we would need some additions from a lot of the comments that were made up here from Member Carbone. I think Member Perez touched on some concerns as well, despite overall support. But yeah, I have a few things that I think it would need to get me there. So appreciate all the answers from staff
and I would say, if we're generally, I mean, there's a couple of things we could do. It's nothing we do tonight approves it. It can kill it, and we can disapprove it if we have 4 of us that say no. But if there's 5 of us, or 4 of us that say yes, or 6 of us that say yes, we still have to go to a second vote. So there's opportunity if we want to move forward to continue to ask for improvement if we're okay with the use but want some mitigation factors. We can allow it to move forward and still say if you don't do these things, or if we can't come to somewhere on these issues, then we can still have an opportunity to opine and then to possibly kill it. So strategically, we still have time. I mean, not to be more on the nose as I do this for a living, but I mean, there are some things that I would specifically suggest that they do, but it's not my right to really get into the design or the layout or things that I would personally change, even though there's some things that I would personally change. But we have some time. We could, vote yes, allow it to move forward to the second vote, instruct the applicant to make the changes that we've requested. I specifically made some requests on the masonry wall. They can't do it if their pro forma doesn't work, or you don't think you can get there to anyone who is yet to know for certain whether they want to get there. Well, then we can finalize that at the second vote.
Let me weigh in on a couple of things here. By way of just letting everyone know, Town Lake Estates is where I live, so directly across 35, and that subdivision is where I've been for the last 16 years. And during that time, we have had multiple development opportunities on the 17 acres in front of us, none of which have ever occurred. Interestingly, as a member of the HOA and that board, the R4 that you see to the south of Town Lake, that used to be industrial as well. The developer, the owner of that property, came to us specifically, and we supported that move from industrial to R4 to put in a kind of a graduation of care for elderly. We've also supported the second phase of the Ativa, which is called now Ativa, the seniors or age-restricted apartments that are just to our south. Most recently, we've had developers on the front end come in and want to pitch garden-style apartments, which we've adamantly said no. That wouldn't be something we're in favor of. But I will tell you, the majority of the neighborhood would support, say, townhome development in the area as opposed to the commercial development, because it will bring less traffic than a commercial development. So when you start moving across the road and into the industrial areas, the residential side of it will say, if I can pick my poison, okay? And this is the way I've always looked at the commercial out there. If somebody came in today and wanted to build a commercial development, they could. It's zone GC. They could put it in today. By right, we have zero say in it. They would do the buffering wall and all of that kind of stuff. But other than that, we would have no say. But when they come and ask our opinion because they want to change the zoning, we have the opportunity to, as I say it, pick our poison. Most people who live there would love for it to be vacant forever. Let's just not kid ourselves. People who back up to it, if they could just leave it vacant, they would. But it's not their land, so they don't get that opportunity. So if I'm looking at a residential development versus industrial development, betting on the come, and I can pick my poison, I'm going to pick a residential development. It's going to be a less intense use, less trucks, at the end of the day, less traffic. And yes, it's going to have some impacts around on schools and those types of things. But when it comes to property and property values, you know, right there, that's what I'm going to look at. I think we can work out the issues that have come up from staff. You know, I question, and I understand the Burns tract goes on the other side of Bailey, and it's all or none. You can't just buy the portion to the south. It's all or none. I kind of wonder if there's not a different use, like your townhome use on that side. If you're sprinkling anyway, why not cluster it and sprinkle it? Those are the types of things that I would look at and just keep with regular residential back on the other side. I don't know that our prospect there will be impacted. I haven't heard that they will be impacted. I haven't heard that they're coming. So I don't want to run away from that opportunity. So if I have to vote tonight, I'm going to vote in favor of the PD to move it forward. I would like to see how we buffer from that train track as much as we possibly can. Yes, I live here. No, there's no more whistles unless every once in a while we get a conductor that just decides to blow it, just because, even though even though he doesn't have to. But you do hear the wheels. You do hear the wheels at 2 o'clock in the morning if you wake up. So, but like I said, if I'm going to pick my poison, that's what I'm going to do. And I also want to finish with this. When I ran for this office, people asked a lot of questions. I had the opportunity to talk about my plan, my PAIR plan, if you'll remember it. Part of the PAIR plan, you can go out to my website and you can actually still see it. It's out there. I haven't changed it. And under E for economic development, I talked about that I've always been a big believer in market-based approach when it comes to growth and development. There are certain areas of the city that have not experienced economic development, and the zoning needs to be looked at through the eyes of the market. Those are words that I said 2 years ago, and I still believe those words today. And specifically, when asked, what areas of town are you talking to and referencing, when I would bring that up, I said, just like we looked at the market and rezoning and looking at Lower Kirby and those types of things, the areas along 35 need to be looked at. North 35, there's some areas for some really concentrated zoning that are industrial based that need to be looked at in a deep dive. And I specifically said from the high school south, all needs to be looked at with the market speaking. And I think the market is speaking. It's the reason why this is here. The market is speaking on the other side of 35 down to Dixie Farm Road. We changed the swim place several months ago away from industrial zoning to a commercial zoning along there. The market was speaking. So I think in these times of comprehensive plan and the update, I went to the meetings. I put stickers out everywhere. I put stickers in this area that we need to be looking at a mix of uses. Down south needs to stay industrial. You've got more industrial challenges. It's not going to be residential zoning because of the pipelines and those types of things. So, so like I said, if we vote tonight, I'm going to vote in favor of this, and we'll bring it back in 2 weeks. So, anybody else have anything else?
Yeah, with that said, Mayor, I think that probably gets us enough to know that the direction it may go. So I would say I would like to be more direct about the request, since I think it's going to be a positive. I'd like to look at offsetting that western boundary with the detention facility, so there's more of a buffer, along with landscaping. I will say, I don't think I have a friend of mine who's a trained engineer, and he says if you blow that horn in a quiet zone, you're probably not going to have a job the next day. So I'm not too worried about that, but I do know that if you're next to it, it's very loud. The wheels on the track are very loud. There's no way to mitigate it. I don't trivialize that because I know that that's a lot of lots, and that's going to have some effect on your pro forma. So I'd just like y'all to take a look at it and give us a response. I think that with the masonry fence, that's all I want to meddle with.
We have a buffer exhibit that we can show you, but someone will have to switch it back to this screen.
We don't have to get in the details.
Got it.
Yeah, I get I'd like you to explore the idea of a detention facility and see if that's where my preference would be. The other council members can opine as whether that's where their preference would be, but I'd at least like to explore. I don't need you to spend 40 hours looking at it. Just see what it does to your lot layout. See if that's something y'all can survive. Be able to report back to it at the next reading.
Is that specifically just north of Bailey, since we already have the detention buffering on the southern?
Yeah, we don't add the buffer where you already have it. So you already got the detention offsetting on the
I want to make sure you didn't want any other changes.
No, that's it. I'd say just the masonry. I'd like the height to be 8 foot, preferably. I'd like it not to be precast, so that if our staff or a council thinks that an actual a masonry fence, a brick fence, or something like that may add to the aesthetic, and that may offset some other concerns. Again, I'm just not a fan of the precast systems.
The same thing going north on 35.
Mayor, can I say something to the point about the tracks? Because I have some direct information.
Okay, of course.
Thank you. I took the liberty, I got here a little early, and I went across Bailey Bridge, and I turned left on Wells Drive, which is the road just to the west of the tracks. I took a drive down Herbert Drive. If you can put it back up there, Herbert Drive has a cul-de-sac. It's probably as close as you get to the tracks. And I talked to, the gentleman drove home while I was there, Oscar Agundez, and he said that he's lived there 40 years. And as we were speaking, I'm in my pickup with the window down, the train goes by. And I said, and I can't hear very well. I did not have to raise my voice level. I grew up by a track, but I asked Oscar, I said, Oscar, do they ever blow the horn? He says, no. He said the nearest to the south is maybe 2 miles, the crossing, and to the north, I'm not sure how far it is, but it's past Bailey and past this development, I'm sure. And he said he never hears the train. And I realized they can screech. I said, do they ever blow the horn? He said, the only time they blow the horn is when there's a coyote on the track. So I just wanted to point that out because I actually, real life, he said he would actually, I wasn't lobbying for someone. I just was driving around because I had time to kill. But I knew that this train and this noise was a discussion point by several people, and that's just a valid fact. And I know Oscar Agundez, who lives at the end of Herbert Drive, would be happy to tell y'all of his experience with the tracks for 40 years. Thanks.
Remember, Camcar, you were.
Yeah. You had a diagram with a 30-foot buffer and a 50-foot buffer. Where are you doing the 50 and where are you doing the 30?
So the north of Bailey, that's where the 50-foot buffer is along the western boundary, and then the 30-foot buffer is along the southern boundary in between the development and the industrial.
How many acres are what's the, not the acres, but what's the distance between the southern boundary and then, because there looks to be a strip down through there. What's the distance there?
Are you talking about within our boundary or?
No, outside, between there and looks like the
industrial.
northern property line of the industrial property.
About 300 feet.
All right. I got to get a couple of things. You reminded me. Just for the record, I don't have any work with the LJA. I've worked with them in the past. Currently don't have any. D.R. Horton, I know Ernie. Currently I'm not selling lots to Ernie. So maybe one day, but not today. So just for the record. Ernie, are you going to join the chamber? I think that's important. So here's what I would say. I really would like to see a 50-foot buffer. Ernie knows this, and I know this, and Mr. Groman knows this. You really, 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 really avoid developing next to train tracks. This must be a cut rate deal. I mean, this must just be so good, but I just would not, I can't fathom doing this. At some point, somebody will say, who are those idiots that put a community next to the train tracks? I don't want to be that idiot, but somebody's going to say that. Let's put a 50-foot buffer for our friends here on Industrial, the largest buffer we can reasonably do. And I agree with Mr. Perez's point. The Mason system, not a precast system, is probably where we need to go. And there needs to not be a ride in, ride out only. That's a public safety thing. So, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Don't see any. We're going to close this docketed public hearing, and we will move to new business item number 3. With that, I know both Katie, Jim Johnson, Jay Alexander, and Ernie all signed up to speak, and I didn't know if you signed up to speak on the agenda item that we would vote on, or if it was for the public hearing. Is that a...
All the above, probably.
Yeah. So I can call on you as we go through. So with that, Member Camcar, would you put item number 3 on the table, please? It's on the screen.
Got it. Item number 3, consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance number 2000M-222. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report, plenty of comments and questions from council. With that, do we have any, you had mentioned an amendment?
No, Mayor, I think what we do is just we approve it as it's written, give them some opportunity to review it, work with staff, address the comments, come back, re-present it to us on the second reading with those changes, and we can either approve or postpone if those changes haven't been adopted.
Okay, got it. So with that, I guess we did have the 4 citizens sign up. If you've already said your piece, that's fine. But Katie Harris was number 1. Did you have any additional comments?
Not unless you have questions.
Thank you. Jim Johnson, any other additional questions? All right. Thank you, Jim. Mr. Alexander, any additional questions?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. And Ernie, any additional? All right. Thank you, folks.
Mayor, if I may, just real quick, if the item is approved today, we will bring it back, but we will process the thoroughfare plan amendment first, so that prior to the approval of the second reading, that way the second reading would be in compliance with the thoroughfare plan.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, with that, Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Member Camcar?
No.
Member Hernandez, I'm sorry. Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
No.
Member Carbone?
No.
And I vote aye.
The motion carries 4-3.
All right. Moving forward, public hearing number 4. Martin, would you place that, read the reason and move into staff report, please?
Sure thing, Mayor. So item number 4 is a request by Lonnie Turner, applicant and owner, for approval of a conditional use permit for massage establishment use within the general business district to accommodate a full body massage establishment within a room of an existing beauty salon on approximately 0.39 acres of land with a general location of 3054 Cullen Parkway. As stated, this is for a massage establishment. This property was recently rezoned to the general business district to allow for this conditional use permit to be brought forward tonight. This is a view of the subject property from Cullen on the left-hand side, and then a view from Fight Road on the right-hand side, clearly when we had prettier weather. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this request at their December 6th regular meeting, and all of the commissioners who were at that meeting stated that they would approve this request. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Mayor.
All right, is the applicant present? There we go. Give Give your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Valicia Weeks. My address is 3103 Capitol Court, Pearland, Texas 77584. I first wanted to thank you all for making this journey a pleasant one. I've been a resident of Pearland for over 40 years, and I graduated from Pearland High School with some of you here in the room. I have 2 kids that graduated from Pearland High School also, and I had 2 who graduated from Dawson High School, and 1 who's graduating in a couple of years. So our family is very vested in the community. My father, the location where I'll have the massage therapy practice, if approved, is the property where I grew up. And my father built that property back in the mid to late 70s. As stated in the past, I'm currently a vendor for the city of Pearland, providing wellness chair massage for the employees. I've also provided therapeutic massage for both the Houston Methodist Hospital as well as the Houston Ballet. If allowed, I would be honored to provide these therapeutic massage services to the citizens of Pearland. And as I stated before, I will be located in the home where I grew up and finished high school. Thank you all in advance for allowing my dad's legacy to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was one of those that went to high school with you. So we won't state our age. How's that? But I will say this, and I'll digress. You have a son that was involved in a miracle play for the Pearland Oilers. You can go and research it. Us versus Clear Lake it was a blocked field goal that we returned for a touchdown that made us win that ball game, and it came out of nowhere, and so their son was involved in that. So I digress.
I'll make sure I let him know that the mayor spoke on that play.
I lost my voice that night and still don't have it back. So with that, we're going to move forward. For those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request, you can go to the podium, give your name and address in 3 minutes. Second request, for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing none, we'll move to City Council questions and comments. Seeing none, we will close this public hearing and move to new business item number 4. If Mr. Little would put that on the table, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution number R 2021-CUP 21-00035. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report, opportunity for questions and comments from council. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R 2021-CUP 21-00035.
All right, good deal. Thank you for that. If council will allow, if y'all will mind, we can take a 5-minute recess.
Mayor, if there's a chance, a small request, if you deal with the consent, at least some of the folks that might be waiting for those would be able to.
We can do that. We can do that. Are there any items to remove from consent? No. No? Okay. Sorry about that. So, Mr. Perez, would you present consent agenda A through I?
Of course, Mayor. Consideration possible actions, consent agendas and under items A through I, with no items pulled. Woody. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando? Left the room. Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little? The motion carries 5-0 to adopt consent items A through I.
I'm going to recess till 8:40. Yeah, check on the ball game.
Alabama's up
1 p.m. Thank you all for allowing us to take a quick break. We had 2 hours before the meeting and 2 hours during this meeting, so just an opportunity to get up and stretch the legs for just a second. We appreciate the break. So, well, I see Mr. Owens back in. Hey, Woody, Councilmember Owens, would you place new business item number 5 on the table, please?
Yes, sir. Consideration. This mic to come on.
There we go.
Consideration possible action resolution number R2022-3. I so move.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Very pleased to bring you the next, actually 2 items are related. This is for major improvements in existing neighborhood, Willowcrest. This brings upgrades to the paving, drainage, and sanitary sewer work. We got very competitive bids and brought those to you and recommend tonight tandem for the award. And then item 6 is the related, if you do the construction, we'll need to do the construction materials testing, and that's with Raba Kistner for the 180 related to that.
All right.
Nothing to add.
Just to note that this is part of the 2019 bond program. So one of the final drainage projects, I believe. Yep. There may be the
one more
sports complex, the second phase of that detention pond left to go. But I want to thank staff for continuing to push this through. Looks like it came in under our engineer's estimate, which is great. By way of understanding, my wife grew up in this neighborhood, and our first house was in this neighborhood. And so to see that the attention back into some of our older neighborhoods to rehab old infrastructure, specifically retroing the drainage, which ultimately will bring in new water and sewer and ultimately streets. So when this is done, it will be brand new infrastructure in this neighborhood. So it'll be great to see that. My only ask is for the contractor and the engineers and those that are directing the project. I know it says 660 days. If we can get it done faster, let's see how we can get it done faster. We've got 2 storm seasons between now and 660 days. And it'd be nice to see us move away from one of those. So we appreciate your help and can't wait to see this one completed. So with that, I'll ask for questions, comments. Mr. Owens?
Is anybody here from Tandem? Okay, just checking. My question is why does this one have a 17% contingency in it?
Mr. Owens?
17% contingency is $2.7 million. And I just want to know why.
Mr. Owens, that's just a function. We budgeted for this, as the mayor alluded to. We got good prices back, but we don't update these tables every single iteration of this. But that's the balance because of the pricing and everything that we've got back. It's a project balance of that 2.7. I know it says contingency, but don't worry, it's not getting spent up. So
I've never seen a contingency at 17%.
You probably have on some others, just because that's when we budget for it. It's the balance of the project. So
it's just a contingency of $2.7 million that goes into the price of the contract. You still come underneath, and then you got the contingency left there. So that's my question.
So, Member Owens, that number does not go into the contract. That's the balance for the.
And it's the total amount of the contract that we have.
It's a funding sources with the $16 million, which we established probably 2-3 years ago, and the expenditures have been updated with the award here, and that's what you're getting. So,
is it 2.7 million that could be used on other drainage projects because of this was bond program, or how was this one specifically written?
I think we'd have to go back and look at the specific language for the referendum, but it would include any of the drainage projects associated with that, and it was probably general enough to use on other drainage.
Yeah, because I know there was Piper Road and a few of the others. I'm not sure how much money was left from any of those projects, but we might get out to the end and have $2, $3, $4 million left for some drainage projects.
If the table is accurate, we haven't sold the bulk of the bonds, so typically this is exactly why we do it this way. That when it comes time to actually sell in May, June, that we'll be able to reduce that amount so we won't have to overissue for this. So.
Mayor, are we going to have surplus funds then? Is that essentially what we're saying?
Possibly.
So we haven't sold those bonds, so there's no actual surplus funds at this point. And what Clay was saying is when we go to sell the bonds, we would back it down to what we need for the project.
But there's voter
That would be,
authorized.
there would be capacity within the voter authorized bonds.
How long would it take for us to find out what our options are? Because 2.7 is enough to do a small project. It's not enough to do a big project if that's the excess.
Sure. So I think the list that we've looked at several times associated with the drainage utility, that would be the list we'd start with.
I think what we do, we get this project complete, all the other drainage contracts complete, find out how much capacity we have left, and then it can come back to council when we say, do we want to do anything with it?
We do have one drainage project out of the 2019 bond package to complete, and you know where prices are and where things go over the next couple of years. By the time we get that ready to bid and construct, we may want to keep that capacity available for that to complete that 19 package first.
Any other questions, comments?
Yep. Is there any reason or concern for only having 2 bidders?
Councilman Carbone, thank you for the opportunity to answer that question. No, we marketed this out. It went out through multiple agencies, and that's just the nature of where we are at the market right now. Multiple people looked at it. Multiple people came to the pre-bid meeting. So this is the opportunity of those that decided to bid on the job. I don't control that market. But we did everything we can to advertise.
Anything else?
In a previous life, having worked with Tandem in Fort Bend County, do an excellent job. Very much glad we're having them versus somebody we don't know. So thank you.
Good to know. Welcome to Pearland. Madam Secretary, let's call for the vote.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little? Aye. Member Perez?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R 2022-3.
Mr. Orlando, would you place 6 on the table, please?
Consideration and possible action resolution number R 2022-5. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Nothing further, sir.
Yeah, this is the materials testing for the previous contract. Okay. Any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little? Aye. Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R 2022-5.
All right. Mr. Carbone, place number 7, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution R 2022-4. So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you again. This is a project that we've bid out a couple different, it's 2 projects basically that we've had to bid out a few times. This time was the winner. We did get back multiple responses, and the award involves sidewalk construction throughout Shadow Creek neighborhood. These have to be by virtue of the funding source for new connections. Cannot be for just regular maintenance or repair of existing. But we've got that throughout, and the map shows those areas. And then we've added in there sidewalk connection that'll be on the east side of the new library that's set to open in March. And that'll go from the trail connection we have along Clear Creek down to 518. So timing worked out well to package that in here and have that all assembled. TB is I believe a new vendor for us, but they've checked out and looking forward to working on this. Nothing to add.
Good. Any other questions, comments?
I would just note that the low bidder is significantly lower, and all the other bids seem pretty tight. That's usually not the best of signs, so not going to deny it based on that. But suspected staff noticed that. Would hope that would monitor them closely to make sure that we don't end up with a contractor that can't complete the work. But I'll move forward with the contract.
Yep, I would agree. I caught that as well. Little concerns, but good that we got that kind of pricing in this market. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little? Aye. Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R22-4.
All right, moving forward, item number 8. Mr. Camcar, would you place that on the table, please?
Yes, sir. Item number 8, consideration possible action resolution R2022-1. That's the first one.
There you
Good job.
go. Yeah.
All right, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
This is a recommendation for award as part of our water wastewater operations. There is materials that have to be taken off site and pressed for their liquids out and then disposed of properly. Bid that out and recommending award for Sprint. They're not the apparent low, but Sprint is a known quantity and qualified. The other bidder is getting a piece of the other work that was on the consent tonight, but recommend proceeding with Sprint here for this piece. Nothing to add.
All right, questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R2022-1.
All right, Mr. Little, would you place 9 on the table, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2022-9. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
So work is obviously proceeding with earnest at our new surface water treatment plant. This is a combination of elements to award for Ardura, who's been working alongside us on the design and the oversight of that work. This particular contract awards the next phase, if you will, but it also involves us trying to get out front of the reality of the contracting and the environment out there. We do have a guaranteed maximum price for the construction that's locked in, but since we awarded that, obviously the world has changed, the materials and costs and so forth, and a piece of this is working with Ardura to work with the GLP, whatever the general contractors that we have that CMAR with, and be flexible if there are materials that are not available or that are just because of the supply chain or cost increase or whatever, and there needs to be substitutions. Those have to go through a process where they're reviewed not only by us, but also have to go to TCEQ because of the funding of this. And so all that takes time and effort and needs to be looked at closely. So this contract would allow us to have Ardura look at those possible changes and keep the project going on. We're a little bit behind, but not given the scale and the scope of this. I think it's like 5 to 6 months right now we're estimated. But regardless, this keeps us going, and I believe this is a good investment to spend some extra amount, but keep us long-term within that guaranteed maximum price. So I don't know if I missed anything, Robert or Trent, you need to add to, or that's good? Okay, nothing to add.
All right, questions, comments from council? Mr. Camcar?
You got a lot on this or no? Because I got
No, I was just looking at the overall program that we had here, and so there's a lot of concern on long lead items and things of that nature, and trying to get them brought in. So,
all right. Yeah, I've got a litany of. So, is this new money into the contract, or is this just reorganizing the budget line items to address a shortfall somewhere due to the Black Swan event that we're in?
It's not new money to the project. It's within the project budget.
Okay, so this is contingency then being allocated to one of the line items in the project.
Correct.
There's somebody from Ardura here. Yeah, I'd love to. I have a tremendous amount of concern here. Can somebody go over the CMAR process, super high level of what that means and what are our protections under that? Because I have a funny feeling we're gonna steer right into that skid. So can you just try and explain that just for the benefit of the public?
What was the question?
What is the CMAR process and the protections to the city based on that process?
Sure. I'll let Robert take that one.
Oh.
Right. So you're looking at the construction manager risk is provide us a guaranteed maximum price. Okay. And so right now they are operating within that guaranteed maximum price.
What is that number for the record, just so we have that?
I'm going to roughly say about $130 million.
130 million, fine. Okay, let's go with that.
We'll leave that right there. Project total budget is $175 million is our budget. Okay. So with that, they are continuing to do work. We have supply chain issues. They're compensating for that. We're finding new other materials that are necessary to be reviewed. So those items that we bid on back many months ago are unavailable. So our consultant Adura is having to continue to review, update, find new products that work. So in the guaranteed maximum price, the PLW is covering all their costs for the extension of the project, as long as we're not getting into owner-directed issues or unforeseens that they have to go into what's called force majeure. So they are covered, and we are covered within that project right now.
Can we pull up the memorandum that we were working off with all the yellow and the pink? So, and I'm going to filibuster here for a second. So assuming we don't change the scope or a force majeure black swan event doesn't happen, the price is the price is the price. And if it comes in under, they get their money at 130, but if the price goes over, they get to eat it. Is that roughly high level, really reductive reasoning? Is that kind of the structure?
I'll make one change for you is that if it goes over and it's at their own fault, yes, they do eat it. If it goes under, per our agreement, is that the money that is saved is returned back to the city.
Okay. And then if they go over and there's no scope change, everybody performed the way they were supposed to, they still have to eat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got it. Can we go to page 5 of 29 on this memorandum? And I'm really not trying to lay in. I just want to put some predicates out here. Under the very top line of the executive summary, I just want to read this really quickly. The project is experiencing scheduling impacts resulting from the supply chain interruptions imposed by the current nationwide, I would say worldwide, social and economic events and policies driving this situation. A byproduct of the supply chain created delays is increasing the cost of our contracted construction-based services. Is that still accurate? Would you agree with that, Mr. Ardura, that that's relatively what we're experiencing?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, just for the record, give your name and address.
Yes, sir. My name's Jeff Peters. I'm with Ardura Group, 115 Allen Parkway, number 300, Houston, Texas.
Okay. And just for the record, I think Ardura Group is doing a phenomenal job. I live probably within 3 miles as a crow flies from this site. I see them doing the work. They are kicking ass. I just want to get that out there for the record. Under construction phase, can we scroll down really quickly in the pink? It's a 3 paragraphs. There you go. The delay to the construction schedule from these issues is requiring the extension of the construction phase services portions for several of the engineering contracts. So we're acknowledging we're having delays. It's not their fault, but the supply chain is all screwed up. Here's the one that I'm going to start harping on. The time impacts, next page. Time impacts, I'm just going to read this very briefly. Material shortage and availability of options have forced the CMAR, Mr. Ardura, to revise its projected substantial completion construction to April 2023 and final completed date to late May 2023. A 4-month delay based on delivery schedules at this time. Is that correct right now?
As it sits today, but I just want to make sure that we're clear. I'm not with the CMAR firm. I'm with Ardura, who is the owner's representative.
Okay, I'm sorry you're getting the blowback. But
that's okay.
Anyways, here you are.
I didn't want to misrepresent who I'm representing.
Fair enough. So we're acknowledging today, as it stands, that we're a little bit behind. And I don't blame them. It's not really their fault. The whole world's screwed up. What I will say is this. This has been going on for 2 years. This contract has been going on for a much longer length of time. Where I have concerns is we're just hearing about this now. We're kind of 6 months past our last budgeting cycle, which ended in September. I kind of have a feeling we've been thinking about this for longer than that. But I'm not going to cast aspersions. I'm just going to say that statement. I think we've been dealing with this for 2 years, and now we're getting a memo that we're kind of behind. Have concerns. Further down, right under cost impacts, this should probably be in yellow, but we won't say it. Scroll back up just a little bit. No, back up, please. I'm sorry, right there. Cost impacts. 3rd paragraph. For the construction phase services, staff is reviewing a contract amendment to the Ardura Group contract for services. Potential increases in construction phase services are pending for contract A and B, CDM, Stantec for engineering construction services due to the delay. So things are happening. We're going to be moving, and there's going to be more money into this at some point. We're going to have to change. My only concern is If we have changes due to cost, everything in my field, and I work in construction and land development, is up 15 to 20%. I kind of have a feeling we're dealing with the black swan event, and that number is going to be bigger and badder, and we're just getting the little itty bitty piece of the Titanic iceberg saying this is getting good, real bad. I just want the staff to know I have my concerns about this. I would like there to be more forthrightness earlier in the deal, so to speak. I am very appreciative that the CMAR is going to eat this if things go bad. I have a funny feeling y'all are going to be eating a lot, but I really, really don't want to adjust the contract until we absolutely have to, because I really don't want to get the excuse to say that the city of Pearland made changes and therefore we're making changes and now you give me the money. Because what's going to end up happening is this is going to go to the cost of the taxpayer, and it means more high water rates. That's what that means. So I'm just registering my general concern here, and I'm trying to put a marker down. I would really, really, really not come and ask us for a scope change. I would really, really, really not ask us to put any more money into this, because this is going to be a losing venture for the city. The reality is we are not seeing the 20% cost increase in materials, but they are out there. Everybody on this shoehorn that works in constructions know it's happening. It is happening. It's like saying everybody at school has chicken pox, and you're about to get chicken pox because everybody else at school has chicken pox. It's going to happen. So I would just like us to be told that we're having chicken pox earlier, and that those cost increases are coming, and that Mr. Ardura and Mr. Seymour are going to eat that. Brent, do you have any questions for me?
No, I think I'd point out this memo was put out in November 4th. So, as soon as we were able to start articulating, some of the impacts from this, we tried to communicate.
What's today's date? Just January 10th? Okay, sorry. All right, I'm registering my discomfort. We're going to approve this contract. We're not adding any new money, but if we start adding new money, this council member is going to be very uncomfortable, because we've been dealing with this pandemic for 2 years. And we're just starting to get memorandums at the end of this portion saying, well, there's a little itty bitty change when we know there's a big gigantic change over here coming our way. All I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Ardura, for enduring my abuse.
I appreciate the marker, but I mean, it took a year and a half to get this. It's not like this started 2 years ago.
No, agreed. I just want to be very clear. When it comes to asking to put more new money into this, I would like that pain to be shared equally and not on the taxpayer's dime. That's all.
And all I'm going to say is supply chain issues didn't start in March of 2020, 2 years ago when the pandemic started. That's not when supply chain started happening. But I will ask Jeff. We knew, the city did. The city knew, and you guys knew, that certain cost increases were going to be happening in certain materials at certain points. Didn't we advance fund some of that to lock in lower price increase so we didn't get hit with higher prices?
That's correct. We did some early work packages, some early procurement of some things to avoid some of those price increases that we knew were going to come on engineered equipment and some of the pre-manufactured items, to try and hedge that bet. And I think it was very successful. But now we're just in a situation where things is, in some items, it's not so much the cost increase. In mitigating that is finding alternatives just to keep the project moving, because all of you that are in construction, the delay in the cost and the work itself is just a bare cost. So it's a double-edged thing to help mitigate cost and to keep the project moving with acceptable product.
Can I ask a question? I want to get some clarity here while we're here on January 10th. So if they say we want to change because the project is screwed up and we need to make some adjustments, does that change the guarantee on the CMAR, since we are now electing to change, that we have to start eating some of the cost?
Okay, Councilman Camcar, I'm going to ask a question to make sure I'm understanding your statement correctly. Are you stating is that if the owner decides to go ahead and make design changes to address or design changes that change the project, are we going to see potential costs from the CMAR?
Almost. The CMAR guy recommends, because I have a supplying part in the backwards part of China that's not going to get here for another 2 years, I recommend you do option B and C, and we change the alignment here and there. They recommend it. You guys say reluctantly, yeah. Then are we stuck with sharing if we go over the cost increase, or are we still in the protected tree of they're stuck with anything over and above number X?
I'm going to say is that and I'll have Jeff chime in a little bit more, but I believe that if it's within the scope of the project, that it is a material change to be able to utilize that product, then no, we would be within that product. But if we are going through and the owner is going to direct a total design change and have to do new design drawings and have them rebid, then yes, that would be the answer. Jeff, would you go ahead and expand on my question?
Mr. Upton, you're exactly right. We're not changing the scope of the project or the scope of the work. It's just, in many instances, there's multiple acceptable manufacturers, materials, or what have you for the technical specifications. We're just looking at different ways to fulfill the original scope of that contract and keep the project moving forward.
I've taken up too much time. My feeling is this: you're in a black swan event. There's a gigantic opportunity here for everybody to lose a lot of money. I have a funny feeling the guy at the end of the CMAR is going to lose money. I would really, really ask that our city attorney and our staff really be confident in what constitutes a change or not change, and what is one where there's a cost to us or a cost to them. I would really, really ask that we really tighten up and be very clear on what that expectation is, because I have a funny feeling we're not at the end of this cost increases, and I really don't want the taxpayer to foot this bill. This plant already doesn't pay for itself, and probably won't, and now it's going to become more expensive. So
I would say to address those concerns, we probably should have an owner's rep. So let's extend the contract for the owner's rep so we can avoid those concerns. No, we're just going to vote.
Any other questions, comments?
I guess I'd ask Jeff. I mean, you are our owner's rep. We've got budgeted $175 million. Any comments as to we gonna still be able to come in on budget?
I need to pause before I answer that question, Councilman Carbone. Thank you for the opportunity to answer that. We're going to do our best. If we can all have the best crystal ball of what was going to happen, 2 years ago, looking forward, no one really knows. But we're doing our best to mitigate those. Every week, every month, as we try and find alternatives just to keep everything moving forward. And it's really, it's a kind of a day-by-day, month-by-month thing of what's going to happen next. As it sits right now, it's where it's tracking. But I'd be remiss if I said that something like that, 6 months, that none of us could predict, or if this continues to worsen, that something may not happen down the road. I know it's probably not the answer you wanted, but that's the best one I can give you.
Well, it's a truthful answer, and that's what we want. What percent complete are we on the project?
I think the last pay estimate, we're about 40, Robert? Don't mean to put you on the spot, but 40?
My staff's answering roughly around 40% complete right now.
Okay.
And a lot of it you'll see is it's underground, so.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a ton of infrastructure under that dirt. I know.
Mayor, I have a quick comment. I guess this is for Darren. Darren, does COVID fall under a force majeure clause where it would allow any of our contractors to increase the prices due to supply chain issues that could be attributed to that event?
I'd have to see the specific language in this particular contract with respect to the force majeure. But as a matter of fact, I just reviewed one this week in another case, and it would not have covered it. As a matter of fact, the contractor hasn't made a claim because it was not covered under there. So I'd have to look at that specific contract, but I think you would have already been receiving claims of that nature if that were the case.
Yep. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R 2022-9.
Mr. Perez, we're to you, number 10.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R 2022-12. So moved.
Get a second? Yeah. I didn't hear it. Sorry. Motion, a second. Staff report.
Speaking of the surface water plant, that facility obviously is a high intensity, very complex operation, 24/7. requires technology infrastructure to match that need. This is part of the known fitting out of that facility, and this is creating the data center there. At the water treatment plant will be protected and reinforced and durable as part of our overall resiliency. We're using the state purchasing contract, which just gets us good prices, but the scope of this, as described in the memo, gets us there, and award for the $1.1 million is recommended here as part of that. Nothing to add.
That would complete your staff report.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little? Aye. The motion carries 6-0 to adopt resolution number R 2022-12.
All right, moving to item number 11, council input and discussion, potential exemptions to the proposed drainage utility ordinance and potential impacts to the proposed fee structure. I placed this on the agenda because there has been some questions, comments, concerns from both of our two major ISDs. I've not heard anything from Pasadena ISD. They do have a school site in our jurisdiction, and I believe they're permitting for a second one. So, but I have not heard from them, and I have heard from several people with churches around town about the possibility of exemptions. I know there has been comments from council members and others, out talking to people that, that's something we can handle in an ordinance after the fact and all of that. I think the last time we had this discussion, we had a member of council also say they were in favor of looking at exemptions, but also the potential of changing the fee to I think the exact word was to maybe compensate that with the business community to make up for the fee. And so I want to make sure that we have a discussion tonight about the potential exemptions and how we would handle that. And then secondly, if we are going to make up for those exemptions, we need to know that now because the ballot language has the proposed fee in it. It is my understanding that we can't just raise it on the business community. It has to be, because the actual fee is derived by what the cost to the residential is. That's what sets the fee on the business side. So it's my understanding from staff that you would have to change the fee on both residential and the commercial side in order to compensate or make up for any potential exemptions that we put out there. The other thing is there's some misconceptions that are out there about potential exemptions, who can be exempted. This is not the same as property tax law. So other nonprofits, and I'll let Darren kind of address who, where, and how those exemptions can happen. So before we finalized the ballot language and before we called for the election, I thought it was important that we had a discussion about the potential exemptions, at least let the ISDs and the churches know where we're headed. One of the things that I asked legal we could potentially do if council is in favor of doing exemptions, and that is come back at a later date, whether it's the next meeting or even when we call the election, to potential call for a resolution of intent. And again, I think the ISDs and others know that resolutions can change it, but it would at least give those that are out there the intent of this council of where we're headed with potential exemptions. So anyway, that's the reason why I called for it. I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to discuss it and give some thoughts on the record for people to know. And if we do want to make some changes in those exemptions and potentially make it up, our ballot language needs to reflect the fee. I know our ballot language is challenged with space already, but we could at least address it with the fee numbers, or at least direct staff to give us some feedback on that before we call the election. So I know we still have some time before calling it. I think it has to be up until our first meeting in February, which is, I don't have the calendar in front of me, 14th or 13th or something like that of February. And I know, so we have some time in order to wrestle with that, but at least have this discussion now so we can give direction to staff on what we want to see. So with that, I'll throw it open for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. I know you and I spoke about this and trying to get this on the agenda, and I greatly appreciate you adding it. Some of this discussion came, the mayor sat on the dais, and I attended a meeting at the chamber.
Member Perez, real quick, I forgot, we have some citizens to be heard on this issue, so let me.
Better them than me.
I apologize. No, that's not his fault. It's my fault. I'm going to present them the way they were presented to me. First one is Elijah Mayo. You'll go to the podium, name and address for the record, and 3 minutes. I think the timer is up there. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Council. We greatly appreciate you. And Elijah Mayo, 1850 Broadway Street, Pearland, Texas. Greatly appreciate you. I am one of the assistant pastors at First Church of Pearland, and we are thankful for our city. We're thankful for every leader. We pray for our leaders and your guidance and your direction for our community. This is of concern to our leadership at the church. It's of great concern because it's a cost that we cannot recoup. This would be not just a small minimal fee that would be added to our monthly budget, but it'd be something that would be in the thousands of dollars every year. It's not providing a service that would help us greater expand. Say, for example, parking spaces. We were able to easily get more parking spaces. We could expand in a greater way, but this is not something that could help us expand. There's no way to recoup these funds. And so what would happen is it would decrease what we're able to do in the community. It would decrease either from what we could do with a system or a process or something that we offer to the community, a program that we offer, all of our recovery. We do lots of recovery within the church that we provide to our community at no cost. It would require us to either cut a program or a staff member. The economic value of a church, I'm sure that many of you are more familiar with that than I am, but for those that are here, maybe if you would look at the economic impact of a church, it far exceeds what, with the small staff that we have and the group that we have, we are far able to exceed any type of monetary value that like this fee would occur. But without the resources that we currently have, we would not be able to provide that same economic impact that we're able to deliver now. So what I would ask simply is this, that the council would consider exempting churches and nonprofits from this. I can speak for First Church, but I'm also speaking for all the churches that are in this community, because we believe that Jesus is the hope of the world, and it's delivered through the local church. And our community needs as much hope as we can possibly get right now. And if we can help deliver that, we believe that a strong churches, strong families create strong communities. And the better that we're empowered to do so, the greater impact that we will be able to deliver. And that is the call that our church has. That's the call that our senior pastor has, Pastor Ken Gurley. He regrets that he can't be here tonight, but I hope that this will help, and this request will be granted to the churches of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah, for that. Next up, Mr. Jim Johnson. Give Pastor Gurley our best.
Good evening. Jim Johnson, 6117 Broadway Street, representing the Pearland Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber sent a letter to City Council on December 17th, 2021. I greatly appreciate the responses from some of our City Council members on our topic. We recognize that drainage is an important topic, and we seek to be part of the solution. However, the voice of businesses should be involved. I'm glad First Church is here. February 10th is the State of the City with Mayor Cole, so I have to plug that. But we do have, this is an important topic, and I think if you just look around the room, Council, you'll see that the people here are business people. Look, you got your great city staff, but I think if you look at the majority of the room right here, I'm not going to ask them to raise their hands because I'm not speaking on their behalf, but businesses are here because this topic is very important. I want to reiterate the made to council. By delaying the potential election and having proactive engagement with businesses, City Council can review additional options and better understand the questions and concerns posed by business owners. Prior to the Chamber engaging businesses that are here today, many were unaware of this topic, nor were consulted prior to calling for the ballot. The stormwater fee will have significant impact on our businesses, and their voices should be heard. Number two, we should encourage council to do a bond scope. This additional option could paint or would paint a clearer picture of available options to solve drainage in our community. Additionally, bonds have an end date for the tax, unlike the stormwater fee. During our conversations with city staff, it was uncovered that impervious surface managed by an HOA would count at the $1.79 rate per 1,000 square foot. As council discusses final fees on businesses, also consider that a household rate would be impacted with the additional fee through HOAs passed on to their annual dues. Lastly, I know there is talk about the ability to pass the ordinance related to the fee to further pass ordinances related to the fee to further clarify these points. While this is an available practice to be used by City Council, there is also the option to delay this measure to November 2021, work with businesses on these issues, review a bond scope, and present all available options for improving drainage in our community. Let's just not call for the election and pass the motion just to read it later and figure it out. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that. Moving on, we have Mr. Freddie Warner.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Freddie Warner. I live at 2312 Peckham Street in Houston, 77019. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening on behalf of Memorial Hermann Health System. I serve the system as the Chief Government Relations Officer, and look at the investment that we have made in the community, particularly through our hospital and through our Memorial Hermann Medical Group facilities and several leases that we have. We have provided critical healthcare services to the residents of Pearland and the surrounding communities for almost 100 years. And we've always appreciated the partnership that we've had with the city of Pearland and the privilege to serve the community. Our system within this region, within Southeast Texas, we are the largest health system in the region. We are also the largest provider of care to the uninsured, to the Medicaid population. We are one of the largest nonprofit health systems in the southern U.S. And this is a commitment that we take very seriously and have historically. If you were to look at the amount of uncompensated care, the care to the uninsured that we have provided to the city of Pearland and this community over the years, it would be north of $300 million. It's a significant investment that we make, and we have also supported multiple of the community nonprofits, including the SIVA Clinic. We are providing an awful lot of health care to people from whom we never request nor expect to have any opportunity to derive any revenue for the services that we provided. Additionally, from the perspective of the work that we have done in constructing our facilities that we own, we have invested a tremendous amount of money in the infrastructure associated with those facilities to ensure
that not only will there be adequate drainage, but that the drainage will be consistent with and make as efficient as possible the drainage that in turn flows into the rest of the drainage for the rest of the community bordering and near our hospital system. We come to you this evening basically not to discuss an exemption, but just to say that outright we would oppose the establishment of the drainage fee. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. Be happy to answer any questions that council members will have. Would also be happy, pursuant to the comments that Mr. Johnson made, to participate in any of the conversations that the council members and the city staff may wish to have going forward, if there would be an opportunity for delay of consideration of this measure. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
And last up, Mr. Daniel Combs.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Combs, representing Alvin Independent School District, 301 East House Street, Alvin, Texas. Mayor Cole, council members, City Manager Pearson, thank you for the opportunity to allow Alvin ISD to have a voice in the conversation this evening, but more so, thank you for the longstanding collaborative partnership that has allowed us to serve our community in many different capacities and factors. That relationship is really the basis for the remarks this evening. The partnership has enabled each of us as governmental entities to serve our community within our defined governmental scope. We are partners as governmental entities. Certainly the city serves municipal functions, and Alvin ISD serves educational functions, but for the benefit of our overall community. We pose for consideration that relationship has been, the current proposal for the stormwater fee has the potential to jeopardize that structure. In our current endeavors and our past endeavors, we've done them independently within that defined scope, but we don't tax one another. We don't charge a fee to one another for serving our assigned governmental responsibilities. And this proposal currently seeks to challenge that structure. That's likely why many municipalities that have considered this endeavor have not sought to pass that on to school districts as a counter-governmental entity. I would share as well that I think Alvin ISD has been a good partner in stormwater mitigation over the years. Earlier this evening, Councilmember Perez spoke to the impact on school districts as cities, municipalities permit housing developments to come to a community. Certainly has been the case in Alvin ISD over the last couple of decades. We have a number of schools, and our taxpayers have paid a considerable amount to meet the ever-increasing stringent requirements imposed by the city of Pearland. As a matter of fact, we currently have 32.5 acres dedicated of land dedicated to drainage retention. That allows us to hold 53 million gallons of stormwater on our properties. It's a value of about $6.75 million paid by our taxpayers. Interestingly, they continue to pay for those amenities, those capacities, every year in their school district debt service tax rate because they're paid with school bond elections. This current structure would cause them to also pay, to double pay out of the operational tax rate that is intended, is purposed to support students, teachers, and classrooms. So thank you for the partnership. We appreciate your consideration moving forward.
All right, thank you for those comments. Thank you for all of you and your comments. Thank you to Councilmember for reminding me we had some comments. I had placed them right up underneath here and forgot about it. So with that, I don't.
You want to speak, Russ? You can sign up later. Go up and sign, fill out a form afterwards.
Thank
Thank you. I appreciate the time. I apologize for not getting my form in. I got the other one in, but I didn't get this one in. Russ Wilkins, 3401 South Main Street, representing Frontier Forklifts. It's going to be hard for me to compete with nonprofits, and especially with churches. I will tell you that I'm of little profit in my business because we just don't derive a lot of profit. So I'm real close to what the other people have been presenting to y'all. I will tell you this, I am not a resident of the city of Pearland. That just happens the way it was. Nothing against Pearland. I love having my businesses here. So that means I get no vote in this. So I own a couple of pieces of property here, and it's a shame that I can't cast my vote. But I'm appreciative of the time that you're giving me. So I'm a business, so basically it's going to come on me. I'm just going to tell you this right now. Churches are going to get exempted. ISDs are going to get exempted. Whatever else that might be out there is going to get exempted. And so it's going to fall on me in what I do as a company and how I'm going to be able to afford something like this. I probably have close to 4 acres that's going to be subjected to this. And so to just cast it upon the businesses is just not really the right thing to do, I don't feel. I kind of feel like, no offense to staff, Clay, but I think this should be some type of a mechanism within the city. I know at the chamber meeting that we had, and city staff was there answering our questions as a business community. I do know that having 6 people on board for this position for so many years, I just don't understand. I don't understand how we can continue to build this community from when I first got here in 2005, which was I think around 60,000 to 125,000 now. And so I don't understand why we're not getting some of that increases that we need to handle some of this drainage stuff in place. I do feel, Councilman Camcar, I know that you were very passionate the last council meeting I was at. I completely understand it, and I have compassion for those individuals too, and I want them to have that relief. But it does not always need to become the burden and on the backs of businesses all the time. If you were telling me that I was going to pay $5.41 a month, I'd sign up right now, but I'm not. It is a huge burden on businesses, and I don't get the exemption that everybody else gets. And I hope that y'all will take this into consideration. I hope that maybe we can look within and see if we can possibly get this done some other way. I think a bond election is also a very good avenue for this. I'm not here to say I'm against any kind of drainage. I'm here to say I think there's other avenues, and please don't let it be the burden of the business. Thank you very much. I appreciate all y'all's work that y'all do.
Thank you, Russ. Can you make sure you fill out one for them? I appreciate that greatly. So I did ask, and I'm not sure if staff has any of these calculations or not, but I did ask specifically for the ISDs if we were to exempt them, what that impact would be. And then secondly, at least on the churches, the freestanding churches, we would know what that impact would be. Clay or Trent, do we have roughly those numbers? I know we had thrown out a number somewhere between 300 and 400,000 on the ISDs before, but if we add the churches into that, what that would be?
So
Sure. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I may need to filibuster to give you that exact number. So, yes, sir, we estimated about $400,000 would be the revenue generated from the ISDs. And we, translated that back into an approximate square footage. And then we're able to adjust the residential per household and the commercial cost to arrive at a kind of a revenue neutral, the approximately $5.25 million that we've been talking about for several months. So we did run the numbers on the religious tax exempt properties as well. The square footage of that is about 2,300,000 square foot of impervious coverage. So comparing that to the school district, I think the total number is going to be well under $100,000 for the churches combined associated with that. Now, we're running this with our GIS right now. We're relying on the CAD, the Central Appraisal District records as to what a property is zoned or or categorized at. So I have to kind of caveat all these numbers until we go down, to the details of our GIS and confirm all these numbers.
So for the purpose of discussion, approximately 400,000 for the ISDs, call it 100,000 or just under for the
I'll run a number and get you a real
religious exempt. So we're talking about $500,000 in exemption or lost revenue from the new fee. What then causes a makeup on that? What would the residential fee be to make up? And you have that?
Yes, sir. So the ballpark number on the religious tax exempt would be about $50,000 a year.
Okay.
And so if we were to do the ISD exemptions to arrive at the same $5.25 million in total revenue, the per household fee would have to be $5.41 as opposed to the $5 we've been discussing. And the per 1,000 square foot for commercial would increase from $1.79 to $1.93. If we included religious exemption in as well on top of or as well as the ISD, we'd be at $5.47 and $1.95 per 1,000 for commercial.
Say those two again.
$5.47 per household and $1.95 per 1,000 square foot.
Well, I think at the end of the day, that's the reason I wanted to have that discussion, because if the council is going to have an exemption and you're going to place it after the vote, assuming this passes, and then you want to make that up, you're stuck because of the way our language in the ballot is. We're locking it in. If the goal is to go ahead and grant the exemptions and make it up, then we need to know that to pass the ballot language onto the voters. So I know we still have a lot of things up in the air, but I think it's better to have that discussion now than later. So with that, I'm going to throw it open to discussion.
Yeah. This puts a different light on this thing out here. It's going to come back. And I agree with a lot of the exemptions to be on there. I mean, and you haven't even talked like, HEB said it's going to hit them about $8,000 a year more in taxes. And if that happens, then our price goes up for going over there and buying stuff on there, which is rightfully so. It just, and I'm all for what exemptions you can get. And I think, maybe some things on these businesses are other areas that went in and put this detention. Maybe they should get some kind of credit for that, of doing that, in there, because they spend a lot of money and effort to do that. But I think, there's a lot of other areas out there, especially certainly in the businesses and what we heard from one group from Memorial Hermann, but we've got 3 more areas out there. It's quite a bit more. I mean, it's exponentially, it's building up as it goes all the way through there. And so when you get to the bottom of it, then you only have homeowners that live here and pay for that. And, and so I don't know. Be quite honest with you, and Alex, we've talked about this, but I don't think it's ready to go there because we don't quite understand it as it is right now. And I think, the people that live here in Pearland and work here, they should get more information on this before it ever goes to the ballot, because that's one thing, and I told you early on that for my part of it is that this body is not set up here to create a tax or create a fee. And if we do that, it has to go back out to people and let them make the decision for that. So this just brings a lot more concern on this. And like you say, there's a ton of work out there that needs to be done to do that. But I just don't think we're at the point to bring it out in May and do it, right now. The language we have to do it, we need to be very open of what any individual sits there and read it. Knows how to vote, or so they understand it. So, I just I don't believe right now that we're ready to do it. Maybe November it might, but but I think we need to be have this perfectly clear to the people that live in Pearland and the business owners and what have you, and touch all the bases on it. And just in the school districts, like you say in Alvin, they're getting hit, but no, they can't vote on it, so it don't make any difference, So I mean, to me, that's not a good deal. But that's my concern about it, and if we continue to go that and drop the fee and lose less on it, you're not going to have enough money to do anything, in it right now. I mean, even though it raised a thing from $5 to $5.41, and if we need to do that, because this is something, when you get started, it's not going to stop. The thing about it, you're going to be selling bonds, so you got to pay off that indebtedness. And you can't put a sunset on it and say, hey, we're only going to do it in 3 years and forget it. Well, you still got all the debt you've got to pay. So I want people to really understand that from day one when this comes to vote. But like you say, you done the work on it. We met over there with DD4 to talk about it, doing together. But we still have to have this thing worked out before we ever put it on the ballot.
Member Perez?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we kind of worked through the ballot language. We also have postponed this vote already, so we can move out of the way of the Pearland ISD Vader and not interfere with what they were trying to do, trying to work with our community. And we've kind of been having this conversation for several years now. I don't want to relitigate the language, because that's not really what the agenda item is for. It's really to talk about exemptions. I will say to all those who had questions, I'm going to do my best to make myself available to y'all and answer any questions that y'all have. I've reached out to a few. I think Dr. Kelly, we haven't been able to find a time in our schedules to meet, but I do want to meet with you and talk with you about it. But I would say, look, this fee doesn't come out of nowhere. These projects need to be done, and there is not a way for us to bond through it. We know that because we've tried. We approved the construction for a subdivision that is 60, 70 years old and been having drainage problems for 40 plus years, and we're just now getting to the bond. That is our bond rate. We're getting the projects about 40 years behind. That problem will exacerbate as the newer infrastructure starts reaching the end of its service life, particularly on the west side. And as we're seeing the trends over the last couple of decades, more rain is falling out of the sky than we anticipated 10 or 20 years ago. Our storm sewer systems just can't manage it. So what we're trying to do is, from the property where your property ends, where BDD4's management begins, there's a slew of storm sewer and open ditches and drainage systems in between that require maintenance and replacement and regular attention that we just don't have the funds to get to. We can't bond quick enough to it. The maintenance projects are falling behind. And to be fair, we might have 3 or 4 times a year a group of people far greater than what's here telling us about a drainage problem in their subdivision, similar to East Circle and West Circle that just came a few weeks ago, to tell us that they're worried about the water about to get into their homes, because that's where it's been trending over the last few decades, and wondering why we haven't done anything about it. I just don't have an answer for them that doesn't incorporate new funding. Because the old funding, it's either, well, there's a lot of different mechanisms that we can come up with, but we have to have more funding. Otherwise, we can't increase the ditch on Knapp. We can't go out to West Lea when it's having drainage problems and react to it more quickly, as opposed to waiting before the people who own the house have grandkids before we actually get to it. So that's generally the idea. Not to expound too much on it, I want to address everybody's concerns, but for those of you I haven't spoken to directly on it, I want to kind of give you an understanding of why I think this is important. With that, just focus on the exemptions. Mayor, you and I spoke after the after the town hall, for lack of a better term, that we had at the chamber. I feel comfortable personally providing exemptions to all of the taxing entities because there's no way for them to come up with the additional fees without having to put a bigger burden on our taxpayers. They can't make up the difference. So I do think that that's fair. I don't want to constantly chase a set value that we've created that is, I wouldn't say it's arbitrary, but it can be adjusted. If we lose a bit of value, we set the fee where it's at because that's what we've advertised, and we lose a bit of value because we offer these exemptions to school districts, the drainage district and their facility, the county and its facility, the state and any facilities they have within our city, because they are all paid for by taxpayers, and taxpayers would have to make up that difference through another funding mechanism. I'm fine with that. I think there is a necessary conversation we need to have here about what else can qualify for an exemption based on what state law allows. And I would kind of kick over to the city attorney and help maybe provide some understanding of what we have the capability of exempting.
And Darren, just before that, we all received a letter from Ms. Sarah Murphy specifically asking about 65 and older exemption. So I wanted to put that specifically on the table so you could address that publicly, whether or not that is eligible for an exemption.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council Member. I will try to answer each and every one of those questions. I'll just sort of go through what the statute states. And just so the public that's here, Chapter 552 of the Local Government Code is the authority, and what I call it's the statutory authority by which it gives the city the authority to create a drainage utility. And again, that's what it is. It's a drainage utility, very similar to we currently operate a water utility here, and so this would be the drainage utility if ever created. And it establishes the rules by which the city has to play by whenever it adopts an ordinance. And it does provide some allowances for exemptions. Again, they're not mandatory. Most of them are not mandatory exemptions. They are permissive, and so I'll just sort of walk through those, and then I'll go back and address the specific question with respect to exemptions for, like you referred to, a 65 and older. Specifically, it says that the city may grant exemptions to governmental entities. Specifically, it says the following may be exempt, and that would be the state, the county, a municipality, or a school district. And of course, we sort of discussed those this evening, and that's sort of the whole purpose of this discussion, to find out if the council would want to go down that path. There are some mandatory exemptions, but they're not for governmental entities necessarily. They're talking about property. For instance, I'll give you an example. The following shall be exempt, and that would be a property with proper construction and maintenance of a wholly sufficient and privately owned drainage system. In other words, they have a wholly independent drainage system that's not dependent on the city system at all. It doesn't divert water into it. And so those are going to be very rare instances. And then, of course, property that hasn't been developed yet is going to be exempt. And then there's some other provisions that allow exemptions. And again, these are permissive. They're not mandatory. One would be for religious organizations under Section 1120 of the tax code. And that would, of course, would be religious institutions and churches here in this community. The key here, as with all these exemptions, the element that has to be employed in this is that all of our exemptions have to be done in a non-discriminatory way, and they has to be equitable and also reasonable. So if you're going to grant exemptions for religious institutions, it has to be religious institutions across the board. And then the same thing would be for the governmental entities. If you're going to grant it, then you're going to have to treat all those governmental entities, whether it be the state, county, municipality, or school district, the same as well. And then there's an exemption as well for cemeteries that's permissive. And it's a unique situation here, but that would apply to cemeteries that are either closed or that new internments, they're not accepting new burials. I'll leave it at that. So that's an unusual exemption in there, but that does exist. There are some other exemptions that are mandatory, but those do not apply in this situation. They apply to a municipality with 500,000 or more residents. That is within, I believe it's 50 miles of an international border. So those other provisions do not apply. That takes us back to the question that I think the resident asked earlier this evening, or that the city had received an email on, and that was specifically whether or not you could do a 65 and older exemption, things of that nature, that similar to what you would apply to a property tax. And the answer to that is the statute doesn't allow that. It doesn't allow it. Again, because it doesn't treat it. This is treated as a utility fee, and that's why it states that our fees have to be handled in a non-discriminatory, equitable, and reasonable manner. And if you were to grant an exemption of like a 65 and older exemption, then that would not be, you would be treating them differently than the other customers that participate in that utility. So that would not be allowed in that instance. So hopefully that answers the questions. Obviously, I'm here to answer any further questions you may have.
Thank you, Darren. Would there be a possibility of us providing exemptions based on the value of a home?
No. Again, it has to be done equitably. And so what you have to do, and every single ordinance I found has calculated a fee in the very similar manner that Robert and his staff have come up with the calculation here. So you're not going to be able to have a sliding scale based upon just the valuation of a home.
So if we really wanted to go after people who were truly low income, we would have to, there's not really a mechanism that we would have. I don't like the 65 and older because I know a lot of rich people that are 65 and older. That's not necessarily the qualifier for whether you are fixed income. In my opinion, it's whether or not you have, the value of your home is more likely an indicator of how much you can and cannot afford. But we don't really have a mechanism to modify that based on any of those measures, correct?
That would be correct. I mean, at the end of the day, it's based upon impervious area, and then you have to base your fee upon that.
We do that on property tax, I think.
Again?
Don't we do that on property tax?
We do, but not with the fee.
Okay.
That's what he was clarifying. Like we can't say, hey, your water bill is exempt because your home is valued less than $150,000, so you don't have to pay for your water. I think
that is correct.
So we can say for your property tax, because you're 65 and older, we allow you to cap the value or come up with measures such as that. So I will say personally, I'm personally comfortable with exempting government agencies because there's just no way for that fee to be recovered by those entities without, again, having to attack the taxpayer. I don't know that I can get to an automatic exemption of the churches per se, though I value all that they contribute to the community. There are also other charities that would be more difficult for us to provide the exemption to. While I won't call them out, I know that there's a business owner in this room right now that is extraordinarily charitable and generous to the city. And if this fee is passed, that will affect that. And, you know, that's not lost on me either. But I want to try and treat things as fairly as I can. And if our focus is on how do we reduce the burden as best we can onto the taxpayer, I think that's an exemption that I think we could all get to. I would also say that if we offer that exemption, I would want no adjustment in the fee. We'll just leave it as it is. We just have a lesser value and kind of move forward from there. That's all I have, Mayor.
Tonight's discussion is on whether or not to grant our school districts exemption from this water fee. I think history will show this is going to be a moot conversation because I don't think it's going to pass. I haven't spoken to a single resident or business owner yet that's in favor of this fee. But assuming that it did pass and we granted the schools exemption, okay, then the fees go up to the residences and the businesses. So the burden's on the taxpayers of this city. If we don't grant schools exemption, then they're going to recover the cost in school taxes. So again, the burden's on the taxpayer. So really, it boils down to what difference does it make? And that's the way I see it. As far as churches, I don't have a problem granting churches exemptions. The impact to the city is insignificant. I think what they contribute to the city is very significant. So I don't have a problem with that. But again, whether we grant the schools the exemption or not, the burden's still going to be on the taxpayer. That's all I have.
Mr. Camcar?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Can we pull up the language that's currently proposed as is? And then, Robert, we need to get a lot of data out here. There's been a lot of conjecture and hearsay that we need to kind of get clarified. So, Robert, I'm going to start coming to you on some rainfall amounts. What is the pre-Atlas 14 rainfall amount that is a 24-hour amount?
So currently, the 24-hour 100-year event is set at about 13.3, a little over 13 inches of rain.
And Atlas 14 came about because of Harvey, more or less, correct? The change in the standard?
Our Atlas 14 had been in the process prior to Harvey. It takes a long time to update those records, so they were looking historically and proceeding from there.
Okay. So what is now
the new rate estimated in our area? They talk about 18 inches, but it's about 17.6 inches.
So say that to me again. The new rate is what?
Well, the new rainfall rate for a 100-year, 24-hour storm in our area is about 17.6 inches.
What was the old rate?
A little over 13, about 13.3, 13.4.
So that's a difference of 4.3 inches, which, with my terrible Aggie math, is about 32% difference, 32% more. So let me ask you some more questions. Everybody hold that 32 in your head for me. Do we currently, at a previous meeting, do we have the ability to fund the systems maintenance today as is without any improvements? Do we currently have that in the budget considering how competitive it is?
We're able to do what we can do with the funding allocated in the budget year. It's not adequate, as we talked about in previous presentations to you.
So our relatively poor infrastructure in certain parts of the city, we're not adequate to manage and continue at that level to maintain that. Certain parts of the city.
Dancing around the answer to that question. But yes, we have a challenge to be able to operate and maintain our system as it is today.
So for the general public here, there's been a lot of conjecture and discussion. I just want to clear the deck here. Our system is pre-Atlas 14, so below the 13 inches in 24 hours. That's a 100-year standard. That's what your flood insurance is supposedly supposed to be at. And now the number is at 17.6, and you're 32% less protected. We have 32% less capacity to move water based on what the statisticians say are the rainfall events. We had major events last year. We had a Category 4 Ida that I think my wife and I fled because we thought it was coming here, and then it went to Louisiana. We then had Hurricane Nicholas that came to Matagorda and had more wind damage here. These events are not getting better. They're not mitigating. They're not getting smaller. And we just had the warmest December on record. And guess what happens? That big fuel cell in the bay is, or the Gulf of Mexico, is water. And the warmer that water is, the more powerful those storms are. This is not getting better, folks. This is getting more serious and more grave. The data that we're discussing is from 2018, this Atlas 14, and we have not done a whole lot. You know, I'm going to go on a diatribe here, Mayor, so please show me some grace. You know, why are we here? We're here because we have a major problem on our hands, and it really comes down to what are we going to do about it?
Well, we're here to talk about exemptions.
I know, Mayor, you just got to let me have some grace, please. I'd really appreciate it.
Make sure we keep it on topic.
Yes, sir. And are we going to pretend that these storms don't exist? You know, are we going to pretend that the hurricane season isn't coming on June 1? You know, we're asking for exemptions and saying some people don't need to worry about the hurricanes and some people do. This gentleman here, Russ, is saying, I got to deal with it no matter what. You know, this guy over here, school districts are saying, well, we've done some stuff. We don't want to pay, we're cool. But the reality is we're all dealing with this together. The schools, the churches don't see the rain different. The homeowners don't get the rain different. We have major problems. I wish we could say that there was a better solution. I heard we want a better solution. We want a bond study the solution. I just want to put some more information out there so we can clear up some conjecture and hearsay. These are the facts. There's over $975 million in projects that were done in 2018, the year after Harvey, between BD4 and the city of Pearland. We have done very, very, very little of those projects. That's a fact. In 2019, we did a bond issue. Well, we can just bond issue our way out of this. It was about $78 million. 28 was to drainage, 28 million. That's 36%. 64% went to streets, park, and an animal shelter. That animal shelter was $12.6 or $12.7 million. That was greater than almost every one of these projects, and these were all neighborhood projects. In some weird, screwed up way, I think we could say the dogs might be being treated better than some of these. These are neighborhood level projects where this helps mom, dad, grandma, grandpa have better opportunity to endure these major storms. And so I want to give some more facts here, and then we'll start moving into the discussion on who should be exempted. In 2018, the year after Harvey, you know it was in our CIP, the drainage category was 1.5 million for the southeast quadrant of the Old Town site, 1.5 million. 2019, one project, 2.1 million for the D.L. Smith area drainage, one project. 2020, a little closer now, 10.4 million in projects. 1.8 for Piper Road, 1.6 for Mimosa Acres, 2.1 for Willow Crest, and 5.4 for Wesley, all neighborhood level projects. 2021, 4 million now. 1.8 for Piper, so that didn't get done. 2.1 for Willow Crest, so it didn't get done yet. And 5.4 for Wesley. These are all on our plan. They don't get done. We had the bond issue in 2019. We're not going to bond issue our way out of this. The hurricanes are not going away. Hurricane season isn't going away forever. We have to have a long-term source that starts dealing with these neighborhood level projects. For 2022, we have $700,000 in Hickory Slough Regional Detention Pond and $700,000 for Couch Creek. 1.4 million, 2 projects. This is the study. It's 250 pages, back and forth, almost $1 billion in projects. We can either acknowledge that we have a problem and that it affects all of us, the school districts, the businesses, the residents, the seniors, or we cannot. And there has been a lot of pushback already, but these are the facts. I am open to giving somebody a break on this, but the reality of the situation is we have to solve the problem. If we don't, we just need to give everybody a canoe in one and hope. That's what the solution is going to be. We're just not doing enough, and there is so much misinformation. Well, let's bond this out there and let's do this. So we had an opportunity for 4 years to go do bond projects, and we gave more money to the dog facility. Okay. I'm willing to hear out the schools. I'm willing to hear that, but we need to do this. That's my piece.
That's mine. I'll let Clay borrow it. Real quick, I want to make sure that everybody understands here watching this, when you see a prop, that it gets used as a prop, okay? And he's correct. It calls for almost $1 billion in projects, right? It does. It says that. I'm going to ask staff a question about what that $1 billion covers, because if I understand this study correctly, it also contemplated making sure that every single one of our creeks and streams, Cowards Creek, Mary's Creek, Clear Creek, all the different creeks conveyed the 100-year storm. Is that correct?
Correct, Mayor.
That also means that the Army Corps of Engineers is going to have to come in and do that project. That's not our jurisdiction. Is that correct?
I'll kind of caveat that a little bit, Mayor, is that in that we looked at regional infrastructure, which is Brazoria Drainage District number 4. That's their projects that were talked about along with some county and city.
Right. But, so it's pie in the sky to think in anybody's lifetime, you're going to get $1 billion to clear out all of those creeks and widen them to carry the 100-year storm. So I want to make sure that we deal in reality and fact, okay? Yes, we have older neighborhoods that have had to go through a rehab. In fact, Willowcrest is not 70 years old. It's about 50 or 55 years old. And it was built under a criteria where you didn't have to do all of the detention and criteria that a subdivision today does. Go look at it. It has no detention pond. Corrigan, no detention pond. Several of these older neighborhoods, no detention ponds. Why? They were built before that was a requirement. So when somebody says we can't bond our way out of it, we are. We've bonded many, many projects in order to do this. And you're right. We didn't bond for several years because we were working on other projects in order to get to the 2019 bond program. Okay? And so I want to make sure that we do. It was thrown out here, let's deal in fact. Well, let's deal in fact. Okay? Willowcrest, again, the pipe sizing for conveying water is undersized. Why? That was the criteria when it was built 55 years ago. That's not the criteria today. The reason it has problems is because it has today's rainfall. Now, I'll say this. Where were you in 1979?
Glint in my father's eye.
Okay. So in 1979, everybody keeps talking about the intensity of storms getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. I was here in 1979. Those of you who were here will know and understand that the Guinness Book of World Record rainfall, still today, Alvin, Texas, at that weather service right there, 48 inches in 24 hours. And did we have a lot of flooding? We did. Guess where all the flooding was? Same places that flood today. Same exact places that flood today. Parts of Shady Crest, Sleepy Hollow, Corrigan, Willowcrest, Twin Creek Woods, all of them. Okay? And so fast forward to 1994, we had back-to-back months of floods. Okay, back-to-back months of floods. And the entire Houston area changed its drainage criteria because of the floods in September and October of 1994. Changed the criteria. Pearland led the way. And in 1996, we passed our first detention requirement for subdivisions, okay? We have regulated our way to a better Pearland. Has it fixed all of the old problems? It hasn't. We're now at a point where we need to go into some of these older neighborhoods and retro them. Now, and the point is, what you're hearing discussed tonight, along with just the exemptions, and I personally think we can handle the exemptions, and I'll get to that in just a second. But what you're seeing and hearing is everybody on this dais, and I've said this publicly before, everybody on here, including staff, including everyone that's sitting in this audience today, believes we need to continue to address drainage issues. Everyone believes that. No one wants to wait out of their house. No one wants to go and help their friend pull carpet. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. There's a human toll when that happens. What we're seeing and hearing discussed and what our community will be discussing, how do we pay for that? Okay? We do have a mechanism in place right now that's fair, it's equitable, it handles all of the exemptions. And that is put the maintenance into our budget. Robert, had we not cut the tax rate 1.8 cents and put all of your line items from down to your maintenance line item on your pro forma into the budget, would it have scribed your maintenance? I'm
going to tell you honestly, Mayor, I'm not able to calculate what the
1.8 is 1.8 cents was 1.8 million. And I believe across that line, if you average it for 5 years, it's about $800,000.
Would it cover everything that we need to do in maintenance? No. It would be a nice start.
So even the fees not covering it?
I'm so sorry.
So even the fees not covering it?
You, as directed, the fee that we are asking for is only to do enhanced maintenance. It is not to do existing, as directed by council, is not to add under and keep everything in the existing. So existing services that we have today are still funded.
I'm not talking about adding existing to it. I'm talking about taking that 800,000 could have been put into the budget.
Yes, sir.
Had we not cut the tax rate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's the point. You put that into the budget and you bond the rest of it for the reasons that we've been talking about. There's about 58 and change in projects, and we need to look at each one of those. Some of those are studies, not projects. Some of them are studies that need to be looked at as to whether or not they need to be go to a program. What I would rather see us do, you see the contention here. You can only imagine the contention on the streets when this thing is really hot and heavy come April. Okay? What really we need to be doing is we need to be having a month after month town halls to discuss, do we want to pay for it in this route or do we want to pay for it in a traditional route? No, not paying for it is not an answer. I just went through this with my HOA on several projects that are super expensive for a small neighborhood. Super expensive. Over $600,000 worth of projects with 218 homes. But not doing them is not responsible. Not doing them was not on the ballot. We're going to do it this way or this way. Either way, we're going to get them done. And I think that's the conversation we need to have as a community is, do we want to do it the route that's being proposed? And it is a route to fund drainage. It's a legitimate route to fund drainage. It has its benefits to do that. The traditional way of putting it into our budget and making sure that we're bonding and doing what's necessary to enhance our drainage is also a very valid way, and it takes care of the very thing that we're here to talk about tonight. So I think that's the route we should go, drop back, have that discussion, regroup in May or June. Which one did the community say they want to do? And then that's what you move forward with at the ballot box in November. And I think we win as a community because we involve the community in the decision process to even go to the voters. So with that, turn it over.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions just to clarify. You mentioned HOAs. How will detention and retention, I guess, be handled? A, and then B, is there any exemptions for HOAs?
I'll answer the last question first, and then I'll defer to Robert on the other. There is no exemption for HOAs, nor any other nonprofit organizations. It would only be the religious institutions.
Councilman Carbone, with regards to the gated communities or private roads, or actually, I'm sorry, it was detention and retention ponds, as we stated to Mr. Johnson at the Chamber of Commerce, is that they would not be included. They were not part of the fee. We're solely sticking with impervious cover.
All right, thank you. And you're fixing to talk about private roads?
But as was brought up, is that private roads that are maintained by our gated communities, those would be calculated in, as stated, is that we would include those as a fee, as part of the fee to the HOA.
Okay, so like Town Lake, Country Place, they're going to be paying for their roads and sidewalks?
Correct.
I've calculated to about $10,000 to $12,000 a year.
But I do think that it's important to note, I think we can pass the ordinance to exempt that if we want. That's not an exemption categorically based on what type of institution it is. HOA wouldn't pay a fee if it doesn't own any property. But if the HOA does own a community center, that would pay a fee. But I think there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a way for us to offer and say, look, we're just not going to calculate streets and sidewalks inside a private gated subdivision, which would be my personal preference. I would also personally prefer that we not calculate either dry bottom or wet detention ponds, include those as impervious surface. So that I think we have some freedom to offer those, for lack of a term, exemptions as we define the ordinance once passed, as we define what classifies as impervious cover that would be taxable or not taxable, feeable.
Well, then you have to determine whether or not exempting the streets and the HOA would be non-discriminatory. I guess you'd have to look at it from this perspective. The public right-of-ways obviously would not be if you were going to exempt governmental entities. And then you look at the private streets, then you would have to treat all of those neighborhoods obviously the same, everybody that's within that class. And so I think you possibly could exempt them, the private streets in a gated subdivision in that instance.
Yeah, because that's ripe for discussion now. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah. So this would be my argument. The HOA pays for the maintenance of the storm sewer and the roadway already based on what they collect. So the gated part of Lakes of Highland Glen, for instance, I'm on the ungated side. They're on the gated side. They pay a much higher fee than I do to take care of that. All of that maintenance is their responsibility, and it goes into the detention pond. And once it goes in the detention pond, is released into the public system, then they have the impact on the public system. But I don't count that as part of this fee personally, because there's already a system in place where they're collecting money in order to be able to provide maintenance for that. Technically, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, as the legal definition of that, roadways aren't owned by any entity. They're stewarded. We don't own the roads. It's something that we are allowed to maintain because the law allows us to properly maintain public right-of-way. But we don't own it in fee. I don't believe the HOAs own the right-of-way in fee. Is that correct?
When we say HOAs, we're only referring to the HOAs that have private streets is what we're referring to. So yes, public right-of-way, like when you drive right out here on Liberty Drive, that is a public right-of-way. And the city of Pearland doesn't own that right-of-way. It's held in trust for the public. Those are usually created by plats, and it's dedicated to the public through a plat. On the other hand, when you have a private subdivision that's gated and you have private streets, those are actually owned by the HOA. And so they own the fee title to the property. They are responsible for maintenance on those roads. And I was sitting here talking to Clay, and one of the things he brought up a good point. It wouldn't be so much an exemption. It would be whether or not we're going to include that impervious area in our calculations to develop our fee.
That was my point. It's not an exemption for HOAs. It's not including certain impervious cover categorically as part of the calculation.
So I guess I'm having a trouble differentiating what you said, say, about Town Lake with Memorial Hermann. I mean, they've developed their property, they're taking care, they're responsible for their drainage all the way until it dumps into our system. So
how I would
seems very similar in my mind.
So how I would differentiate it is once it releases from what is publicly owned, then it has an impact to the public system, or what is privately owned, then it has an impact to the public system. So, and I struggle because there's a lot of great points that the mayor made, and I don't agree with a great deal of them. And he and I have our disagreements, and we have a very healthy and professional debate. And there'll be he and I have both encouraged that we want to have these town halls, and if we want to propose opposite views, that we'll have that opportunity. But just focusing on the litigation or the exemption part, focusing on the exemption part. Once it releases from private property, detained or undetained, it goes into a system that conveys it to most likely what is maintained by BDD4, right? We have no utility between their private system and BDD4. BDD4 takes care of the channels. They have a taxing entity, and that money can only be used for the channels. We have no entity that protects and establishes the necessity for us to maintain the storm as a utility, and we can to collect money and fund it only for this. That's what the fee was purposeful in, that creating a utility and collecting dollars and cents so that it can only be spent on it, that there is no other Peter that can rob that Paul. Right now, the maintenance, as fungible as the money is, even if we by resolution state we've created a fund, we can just by resolution dissolve that fund. But if we create the utility and it becomes an enterprise fund, it can only be used for the maintenance of a storm sewer. I would, again, healthily argue, and not to go point by point what the mayor said, I would healthily argue we will never catch up with maintenance. And so I really, the idea is that we create this fund, create the utility, create a funding mechanism so that we can it focuses only on this. I hope that answered your question. I apologize.
Not at all. I mean,
Okay.
I can't draw the difference between a gated HOA, and we're not going to solve that up here.
I think it's safe to say a letter's been put out that private streets in an HOA are going to be charged based on the impervious cover of the streets and sidewalks within the HOA. That letter's been put out. So unless the staff is willing to rescind that letter to everybody that it went to, and we have this discussion differently, then that word and that cat's out of the box.
Mayor, can
I wrap up my comments real quick?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right, thanks. So all this exemption talk, I'm hearing we can't exempt nonprofits. HOA is questionable. Over 65 we can't. Disabled vets, I assume no. This all points back to a bond referendum. I think we hit on this, but somebody that lives in a $150,000 house, if you can find one in Pearland, they're going to pay how much per month? $5. Somebody that lives in a $600,000 house is going to pay $5. That's a regressive tax. Yep. And it feels like we're struggling to try to box this new tax fee construct and try to protect these groups. Well, we've got the system in place. We've got it there. Let's get it to a bond and get the projects vetted out and get moving on it. I've yet to hear, and Councilman Little mentioned, I've yet to hear one person besides those that sit up here in support of this. I mean, even Charlie McMurray, he was up here saying we screwed up. I don't agree with him hardly ever, but he was on point tonight.
Well, I think
so. I mean, that's where I'm at, and I've been consistent. And tonight's discussion just points me to that we're trying to jump out of our lane, create this new tax, and then put all these safeguards to pacify who shows up and gripes tonight. But we've got a tried and true system. We just need to get a big bond package out there, work with the business community and the citizens, and start getting the project solved.
I would just kind of make sure that we're talking about the same thing, because you asked specifically why Memorial Hermann and the HOA would be basically treated the same. Memorial Hermann has inlets and storm sewer system that feed to their pond. It's in their private parking lot, and that's theirs to maintain. An HOA, a subdivision, they have inlets in the storm sewer system that feed to their pond. And when it releases their pond, that's when it enters the public system. That's why in those instances they would be the same. We're not going to go to Memorial Hermann if they have a storm sewer that collapses or clogged. We're not responsible for fixing that. But if outside of their pond that storm sewer collapses and they can't drain into the public system, we're not telling them, you go fix it. That's your problem. We have to fix it. And we don't have a solution. Look, I get we can just bond our way out of it. I understand the argument, but there is a definitive gap between what we can do for maintenance and what we can do for a large project. What we can do for a large project, go to subdivision and say, these storm sewer systems are 50, 60, 70 years old and designed under criteria that was insufficient to account for this. There were isolated incidents like what happened in Alvin, but they didn't happen with the frequency they happen now. 100-year events now happen every couple of years. That's why we have to adjust it. So that's the gap that I think we have to fill, and that we're kind of and I hate to say this because I respect you greatly, but I think we're putting blinders to that gap where we cannot maintain storm sewer systems that we know are undersized, continuing to get worse undersized, and there is not an opportunity for us to bond these projects frequently enough to maintain that. As I said in the town hall meeting, we're having trouble catching up with the older side of the city when we have all of the newer side of the city helping to fund that. When their storm sewer system starts collapsing, which it will, and it's got about a 50-year lifespan, and then roots will start invading into the storm sewer system that will start crumbling. That's not just a conveyance issue. It will start getting I&I into the storm sewer system. There's a lot of stuff that will interfere with its ability to convey what it was originally intended to convey, and what it was originally intended to convey is insufficient to count for what it needs to convey now. We have to catch up on that, and I want it to go to the voters so they can have the say. And if they say no, then we go back and say, okay, well, that's what our new strategy. And you're right. They're the most vocal people in every debate that we have are the ones who are against it. But I do talk with people regularly and say, what do you think? Like, as I considered developing this, I talked to people regularly, particularly after Harvey. And as they came to us routinely and said, what are we doing? Why aren't we doing more? And I didn't have an answer for them because we keep having the insanity conversation of if we just keep doing the same thing we've always been doing, we'll have better results. And I just don't see it that way. Mary, you made great points. I don't agree with all of them, but I appreciate the validity of what you were saying. Tony, again, respect you greatly. I appreciate the validity of what you're saying. We have these disagreements. I think the best thing we can do, discuss the exemptions, because I think they're fair, and they're legally allowed, which means the state has given us the opportunity to make those exemptions. Let it get to the voters, and let them have their say. And they will tell us what they want us to do. If they don't want us to do it, then we find another way. Or we just say, look, we did our best, but y'all told us no.
You know, the thing about it,
hang on,
Perez,
Woody.
there's not.
Woody, hang on one second.
Yet.
Hang on one second.
I appreciate that. I don't know what else I can really add at this point. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think we're on the same page about what the question is that we're discussing. So it's really hard for me to just pile on to that. I mean, I would be pro the exemptions. I think fundamentally, bigger picture issue, we all want to do this we all want to create a positive change for the people of Pearland. I think if we want to be successful in any kind of way, we need to have our business community and ISDs and faith leaders feeling that they're a part of that community because they play a big part of it. So I think that's essential. And I have, I feel that needs to be made a bigger priority in whatever path we choose in all of this. But I don't want to endeavor to chase down all the different trails here. So I guess I will leave it at that and say that I will be, I agree. As I've said many times before, when we have to pay for something expensive, it's not fun. I'm pretty agnostic as to how we do that. And I'm willing to defer to what the people of Pearland want to do, what our business leaders want to do, what our faith and other community leaders want to do. So that's my general first principles on it, and that's all I've got for tonight.
Fair stuff. Woody, follow up, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I was going to say, we don't understand it, and I don't think we put it on paper and get it out for the people to understand it. If we don't know what we want to do on there, and there's several ways to go at this, I think, to do it. And, when we done Corrigan, we sold bonds and did $13 million worth of work in Corrigan.
Yeah, on the last night it hitting 50 inches. So let's put it in context. Yeah, I don't know that we've got, maybe Darren and Clay, I don't know if you've got any real feedback on exemptions, because that was the topic here. I did hear more people say they were open to the exemptions. I heard ISD for sure. I heard churches by some. And, you know,
Mayor, the biggest thing I heard is I can almost count to 4 to go to a town hall to actually work with the business.
and that's where I was headed was that's kind of where I was thinking, you know, at some point, and it's not on the agenda tonight, you know, I think we vote to table this legitimately and have that discussion. I agree, and I think everybody is saying the same thing. And I told Alex here, he's pushed this issue hard. He's pushed the drainage issue hard and raised the level and raised the bar. And I commend you for that. The discussion is how we pay for it. As I mentioned, and as Luke just said, I've said it to not everybody, several of you out here, no one likes writing a check. Try putting a roof on your house. Nobody likes writing that check. But you want the roof, you want it to work, you want it to work when you need it. But it's not fun when you have to replace a roof because it doesn't change the look or feel of your house, except you know you got a roof that works. Same thing with a tax bill. A tax bill comes by, nobody likes writing that check. But you want to make sure certain things happen in your community. And I think that is the discussion that we're having. And I think that discussion needs to leave this room and needs to be, how do we do that with the folks outside of this room? And how do we do it the right way? How do we do it with the community involved? There's always going to be a naysayer. Always. Right? There's just always will be. But there's the greater good for what we need to accomplish here. There are neighborhoods that are struggling. There's other neighborhoods that are fine. There's other neighborhoods that are new, that are going to be old one day, that neighborhoods are going to help out. That's just the cycle of these things. And I agree with you. I think I'm hearing enough people maybe having a discussion. Let's drop back and let's have a discussion over this spring. We would put town halls together where people could come and let's have legitimate discussion. Most people, I'll tell you this, I've done this for years and years and years and years, talked about cost. Most people, because they don't live in the construction arena, have no real concept of what a cost of some of these projects are. Doesn't mean that they're not bright people. They do very well at what they do. But unless you're in the field, you just don't understand it. So people don't see these numbers and they can't fathom the fact that we can't get everything done for $10 million or some number, right? And so part of it is an education, and we have to do a better job of educating. So part of this is an education. Part of this is which direction do you want to go? Do you want to do it monthly through your water bill, or do you want to do it through your property tax bill? Notice I said you're not going to do it. We're going to do it one way or the other. We have to. We have to be responsible for our community. We want to be the community that doesn't flood, and we've got to figure that way out. So I don't know if we've accomplished anything on the exemptions, Darren. That was for you guys, whether or not we want to come back with a resolution of support or anything like that.
Well, I think that at least we've stated that we're open to the exemption. There's a different matter as to what we do with keeping it on the ballot or not. But I think there's enough. I think there's enough of us that said we want to be open to the exemption. Likely, we would have to do that by ordinance once the fee is adopted.
Right.
So I think maybe that offers as much protection or comfort to those who came and asked, but nothing final. But it sounds like we all have the opportunity.
Okay. Very good. This was a topic of discussion. It was not a voting item. So with that, let's move to item 12. Where did I leave off?
Mayor, can we, I'd like to make a motion to recess for 5 minutes. Get a second on that?
Oh, good.
Well, the mayor made a lot of intimation of where do we want to go with this. It might make sense to take 5 minutes to cool our heads and decide where do we want to go with this.
Well, let's talk about it in open session.
I mean, I got to pee real bad too.
Well, you can go. Mayor, I'd make a motion for consideration of possible resolution, Resolution R 2021-121.2. So moved.
We have a motion, a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. As the item describes, we became aware very recently that Harris County has requirements for how an item is presented, and we described that. But bottom line, they've got a character limit. This stems partially from their intentions or standard for multiple languages and their system requirements. And so wanted to flag that, and with the idea, at least up to now, the thought had been that we'd have a call for the formal election, if not next week, first meeting in February. But we need to get some understanding of this topic, and we added a lot of words through the process to try to put bumpers on the language, and we were not going to be able to do that, but Mr. Coker's done his Shakespearean work and tried to capture the essence of that into the 800 characters, and that's been described for you. So just need some feedback, and if you're comfortable with that revised 800 character language or tweaks to that, go from there.
Yeah, I think when this was brought to my attention, my initial reaction was, is there any way we can take the language that we have, pare it down, and keep the spirit of what was mentioned, specifically the 4 items that we called out, to keep those handcuffs that were there. And looking at what Mr. Coker came up with, I think does that. I think we could all take a pen to this and probably continue to tweak it and do all those kind of things. But at the end of the day, I think you got it to, 750, 720, 750?
785 for the English version, and then the Spanish version took it to 891, so we only have 9 characters to spare.
Right. So I think it conveys the essence, and it keeps within the spirit of what we're talking about on my end. So with that, questions and comments from council?
So we would just be voting to amend the language that we've already adopted as a council so that we can legally put it on a ballot.
Right. Keeps it within the character count. Correct. Okay.
In other words, though, it preserves the handcuffs that we debated
That's
in
correct.
the previous. Yeah.
Okay. Initially, I thought we were going to have to redo it all. Ugh. Right.
If we don't change it, then
If we don't change it, then it would not be able to appear on Harris County's ballot. And yeah.
that'll be the reason for my no vote.
Well, I think if you voted for it because you're against the language originally, I think that's fair. I would hate to find gamesmanship to try and prevent something from moving forward in the effort to defeat it, just to not give the citizens.
Never do that.
Gamesmanship?
I think it's fair, just if it's just rewording language that we've already established so that there's less confusion. And let's say the opposite. Let's say it wins by an overwhelming margin, or wins by a minimum margin, but Harris County didn't have an opportunity to vote upon it to defeat it. Would we feel comfortable that we didn't modify this language because they didn't have a chance to vote?
I'm just one vote.
I don't know.
But in other words, I mean, all this is preserving, when this goes forwards, all the guardrails that we all collectively put into place.
That's correct.
That's all this is about for.
Exactly.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
No.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Little?
No.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
No.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Yeah, I'll vote aye.
Motion carries 4-3.
Harris County folks need to vote on it just like everybody else.
I would highlight that it's not because you're in support of the language or the ordinance, it's
That's
that you
correct.
think everybody should have a right to vote for it.
Correct.
With that, we'll move forward. Matters removed from consent agenda, there are none. Other business, there are none. Mayor, council issues for council discussion, none left for tonight. We will be retiring into an executive session under Section 551.074 Personnel Matters at 10:41. returning from exec session at 10:49 p.m. With that, we will consider impossible action regarding an appointment to the boards and commissions. I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Mayor, I'd recommend a motion appointing Rashab Jain to the unexpired term for position 5 on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion, a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Little? Aye. Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0.
All right, with that, we'll move for adjournment at 10:50.